He is.
I'm Bill DeWitt. I'm the principal of Centennial Center, Adult Education.
And in August 2018, you had a work session on alternative options. After that meeting, you asked to put together an alternative options committee. And what you're seeing here tonight is the results of that almost year and a half of work from that alternative options committee and what they would recommend moving forward. It aligns with your strategic plan on these three areas: on student-centered learning, on safe and supportive schools, and quite a bit of the work that we did is on data-informed decisions. So you're going to see best practices, the research that we've done as an alternative options committee. Just really quickly, we're going to cover some of the history. I've already started there, but we're going to continue to dive into that. Some of the data and the research that backed our thinking. We'll discuss our process and how we came up with our mission, vision, and goals, the design, sort of next steps if you all feel like we need to allocate resources to this. And then we are interested in your feedback as always, and don't hesitate to interrupt us as we go as questions come up. We'll glad to entertain those. So here's a little bit of the history. In 1974, USD 497 had an alternative school. It lasted through 2005. Some of the work we did really uncovered some things about mental health, so I wanted to make sure we put in there when we started RAP, which was back in 1997. We closed the alternative school in 2005, and in 2004, Lawrence Diploma Completion, and Bill is our Lawrence Diploma and Completion Principal, was started. The virtual school started in 2004, partially in response to the closing of the alternative school. We opened the College and Career Center in 2015. AVID started up in our district in 2017 at the high schools, and we continually provide additional supports at both high schools. You heard about that in your study session in August. You've probably heard of SOAR and STAR and directed studies. So it wasn't like we stopped providing alternative options. We continue to do that. So using these three items sort of as our major impetus, when we look at our data, our graduation rates have dropped while the state of Kansas graduation rates have gone up. And that's true. Shannon had a question earlier about when we compare it with our brick and mortars and our virtual schools, how that our graduation rates have still declined, even if we're looking at just our brick and mortar high schools. Our dropout rates are above the state averages. And we actually did some study of students who are in directed studies and diploma completion and SOAR, and 75% of those students have 25 days that they're absent or more. So thinking about those kiddos, those numbers, when we started to dive into some of this work and looking for what solutions, what best practices are to address those. One of the more interesting pieces we pulled out in our research, and we relied a lot on the National Dropout Prevention Center for pulling some of the research together, is this idea of push factors, pull factors, and fall factors. So students can be pushed out of high school by our own policies. So attendance policies often cause kids to drop out of school. Poor grades, lack of credits, failing school is another push factor, or academic skills. They said they just couldn't keep up. This is a longitudinal study that actually looked at over many, many years where were the impacts. And one of those impacts was pull factors. So students say, I don't like school, I don't feel like I belong, I can't get along with others. Those are pulling me out. And then the ones that I found really fascinating in the research was what we call fall factors. And Bill sees a little bit of this at our GED programs or at diploma completion, where kids come and they say, I think it'd just be easier if I could do diploma completion. Or I think it'd be easier if I can pass my GED. So maybe I need to drop out or fall out of high school to do that. We also see pregnancy. That has a big impact. And then the last one is economic disadvantage. Sometimes students need to support their family or get a job, and that can cause them to drop out of high school. So there's lots of reasons kids drop out of high school. So we looked at alternative schools and career academies. The National Dropout Prevention Center has 15 different strategies to look at. Some of them in our district we already do, but these were two that our committee, the Alternative Options Committee, was interested in. You can see some of the studies there and the results that they've had. Improving attendance, that was one of our concerns. Accumulating high school credits, improving graduation rates. So we were looking for something that was addressing where our data had shown that we weren't meeting students' needs and preparing them for after high school. So once we pulled out the alternative school and the Career Academy, we started researching best practices. The National Career Academy Coalition has best practices, and also the National Alternative Education Association. And those informed the bullets that you see here. We divided that up and said this should guide our work. And I think Bill and I started maybe really diving into these probably in June, and working pretty much weekly. We'd pick one and sort of dive into it. And then we pulled together a steering committee. In your supplementary materials, you got a list of our steering committee members. It was just under 100 people. So educators, principals, counselors from both high schools, parents, all the members of the Alternative Education, the Alternative Options Committee. We had a number of community members, and we met 4 different times, and our themes were those by color that you see on the slide there, that we hoped would guide our work and give some structure to some of these ideas. They're not all fully developed, I will tell you that. We don't have everything mapped out, but it did certainly get us to, what do we think about this? What do we think about that? We also involve students, and a big thanks to programs at Free State High School and Van Gogh, who were very helpful in assembling students. We thought Van Gogh was a great place to go because some of the students that we're talking about are in that program there, and they gave us great feedback. You have every bit of feedback we got from the steering committee and from those students' committees were provided to you. And you'll see some conflicting statements in there. Everything from we gave them job descriptions and they said they were too busy, to others that said we need more detail. So, yeah. And in all of our work in those steering committees, we came with this mission. If we were to have a college and career academy, we would work under this mission. This was not the first swipe we took at it. I think it took 3 or 4 goes at it with the steering committee to come up with language that we were all happy with. I would emphasize self-sustainability was a big theme that we talked about, and a wide variety of post-secondary education opportunities was something the committee really guided us in our thinking there. So that mission then informs our design. Our recommendation is that this program would be available for 10th through 12th grade. We'd like them to have a shot at high school first, at a traditional high school first, and access some of the interventions that we do at the high school first before we pull them out of a traditional setting. We're going to stop there. We're not pulling anybody out of anything before they choose not to be in that setting. Best practice is that students self-select, they apply, and they have an interview. We want to make sure they understand what they're choosing to do. They will have an individualized academic, post-secondary, and skill development plan. Best practices from the research say that students who have daily health and wellness, and that's partially from a prevention standpoint, so understanding the healthy behaviors, everything from good sleep to eating properly to drug and alcohol prevention, and it's also to deal with what happened last night to you that may be getting in the way of your learning today. Daily academic support, and you'll see when we go through the schedule a little bit, that's at the end of the day. So we can say, okay, we've gone through a day of school. Let's make sure we're ready to understand what we need to do tonight so we're ready for tomorrow, and really taking that time. Research-based behavioral interventions, parent resources, and I should have changed parent resources because we've had a lot of conversations about parents. And moved more towards a mentor. We have some students who are emancipated or may not live with their parents anymore but aren't emancipated. And so really thinking of who is that adult in your life that can support you as you continue on in your academic preparation. And then community agency involvement. I really have to say a big thanks to folks like Decca and Bert Nash and Van Gogh, who attended almost every one of our steering committee meetings, giving us advice and being willing to partner with us if we decide to go down this route. Bill's going to talk a little bit about target population and the type of students that we would see here.
Sure. As we were putting this presentation together, Patrick was wondering how we want to split up the slides, and I was like, "You feel free to drive this train, Patrick. It's no problem." But he was worried about me just being viewed as a pretty face, so he, I think, threw me a slide or two. But when we talk about the target population that we're looking for, I think when people think traditionally about alternative school, they immediately think of at-risk factors that come to mind, such as what you see at the bottom: attendance, behind in credits, and academic underachievement. But one of the things we want to keep in mind is that we also recognize that there will be a need for kids that actually do pretty well in school, but prefer a different environment. So that's why we talk about the top part when we talk about every student that would come to the College and Career Academy either has low motivation for school or is just disinterested in kind of the regular school programming. And so you would have that blend of kids that quite honestly do well, but the environment is a bit of a challenge. And so that's why we talk about, as we look at the group of students that wind up there, we want to be intentional about how we measure the type of student that's out there and make sure that we're not favoring one population over the other. Oh, you want me to keep going? Sure. Patrick kind of talked about this before with kind of the push, pull, and fall factors that we talked about. But these are the type of kids that we think about because I know Patrick has some experience with these students out at the College and Career Academy, but certainly through diploma completion, day school, some of the other programs that we have in this district, we come across a lot of kids that are in situations like this that just kind of need that different environment, a little bit smaller, a little more intentional. And so we list out some of these kids here. It talks about desire to complete GED diploma completion. I think you guys are aware that once a student goes the GED route, they have to drop out of school. And so that certainly counts against our graduation rate, even though we show a really nice track record of getting kids through their GED, we don't get to really recoup that anywhere as a district. And so the goal is to identify those kids, not necessarily compete against existing programs, because you're always going to have the need for people to have GEDs that have aged out. But really thinking about those kids that have kind of given up on the traditional school a little bit and want to go GED or diploma completion and say, now wait a sec, let's try this pathway. This might be what you're looking for. Of course, pregnancy, economic disadvantages, state test scores, we're going to hear a little bit about that, I think, later today, about where we fall in line there. And then, as we said before, the traditional school environment that many of us probably experienced in our own youth just doesn't work for a certain population of kids. And so that's kind of the student we're looking after. There's some other things, because it is a college and career academy, so there's some other requirements. That's kind of the base.
I think we don't want to select kids based on their economic disadvantage, but it's certainly a factor to keep in mind. It's certainly something that the research has told us, that you're more likely to drop out of school if you're economically disadvantaged. So let's keep that in mind when we're looking at those schools who are applying and those interventions we're applying. Joe, question?
I did have a question. Do you see a potential place in those criteria for students who maybe for mental health reasons don't qualify to be in one of our BDED classrooms, but maybe the traditional high school, 6A high school is really not the place for them to be, but maybe they're not failing yet? And would that kind of fall into those, other factors not relatable to the traditional school environment kind of criteria, or?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're trying to get at with this slide here is
Okay.
exactly to your point, because we do have a lot of kids that are like that. I mean, academically, they are doing okay. They may not necessarily meet this criteria for this specific school program, and trying to be more proactive instead of reactive to where it's too late. And so, we'll talk about this program being one that students select themselves rather than saying, this is where you need to be. And there's a lot of power in having that ability to select into that. So exactly to your point.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this idea of 50% of students must demonstrate two of the following criteria, you would say, well, Why not 100% of students? Because some students are doing fine in school, but they've identified that it's not the right placement for them. And so in that case that you suggested, Shannon, it may be that they just think, a smaller environment might be right, and they may be able to excel even more in that environment. That's something we took from California's College and Career Academies. This is legislated. We tweaked it for Kansas and some of our own things, but it comes from that idea of having a nice blend of kids. It's not just a school with all kids who have attendance problems. But if we're going to apply resources to an intervention, we need to make sure we know what we're trying to attack, what problems we're trying to address or challenges. A lot of discussion in the steering committee about the relationship to the high school. Currently, the College and Career Center is a program that's offered by Lawrence High and Free State High School, and this would be the same. They're homeschool, so if they wanted to participate in sports at their own school, they could still do that. It is not a separate school. That would be different than the virtual school. It's a program that they would choose to do. If it doesn't work out for them, they could go back to their home high school. That would be just fine. And they would always stay as a student of their home high school. We're used to that at the College and Career Center. There's some challenges with that, but I think it's something that is in the best interest of our students. So we're going to get a little into the weeds. I know you're talking a lot about schedule tonight, so bear with us here. But this is the current Lawrence High and Free State schedule. The College and Career Center runs this way. We have an AM block and a PM block. And each one of those blocks is a semester. They get 1 full year's credit in 1 semester because it's a block. That does mean that our students have to travel quite a bit. So when we started to think about how can we preserve what is at the College and Career Center for those students who want to do that. I just want to come and take certified nurse aid. I just want to come in and do auto. Could we do that and provide an opportunity for kids to take core classes at the same time? So what we did was we put another block there right in the middle. We did that this year for the first time with certified nurse aid, and it's actually worked fairly well. We'd have to make a few little tweaks on time, but we think we can make it work. Then we used that travel time because those students would be at the school all day. They'd be there for the full hours. We used that travel time for what we called Student Success Seminar. It's that health and wellness time. Every student would be expected to attend that at least once a day. Prevention and also sort of that check-in. And then academic support is provided at the end of the day during that travel time. We would expect that we would have a PLC that met weekly due to the high needs of these kids. We think it's important that they meet on a weekly basis rather than a bi-weekly basis. And we would do something with plan at the beginning and the end of the day to float that. So we have some solutions for that.
May I ask a question? And this might be also getting in the weeds, but I know that, at least I've heard from several teachers in the middle school, having advisory at the beginning of the day is somewhat problematic, and they'd rather have it kind of later in the day because it allows for kids to kind of skip that class. Is this something that you would consider kind of moving that health and wellness piece, not have it be the first thing in the day?
Yeah,
Potentially?
we talked, a little bit of this was trying to adjust it to keep those kids who are coming to the College and Career Center, that schedule in place. The other thing is we looked at a number of different college and career academies and alternative schools across Kansas and across the United States. In your packet, you had a whole list of links to some of their manuals. And one of the things that we learned from reading about them is they often have this at the beginning of the day. So those students who have maybe a hard time getting there due to transportation or those types of things, it gives a little bit of a buffer period. That's a
So
class.
it's more intentionally like if you skip it, it's not going to hurt your academic. Gotcha.
Yeah, we don't want to, that class actually counts as a health science credit. It would be a quarter credit. They don't need that many credits if they're there in health science. So if they did not pass, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they did not pass that class. But it provides that buffer to get that kid caught up. If we come to school and we're really struggling emotionally, or with some mental health issues, we have some time in there to say, okay, let's get you in the right placement. Let's see if we can get you balanced enough to learn today. So yeah, I can understand that for all kids, that maybe not having it at the beginning of the day, but after our research, I think we thought that was really the best place for it.
Yeah, it's an opportunity first thing in the day if we have to work interventions to really catch that kid before you have to begin taking them from academic time. And just try to, as we discussed here, a check-in at the beginning of the day to really try to get organized before you roll out. So to your
Makes
point,
sense.
of
It makes
course,
sense. I was just
as you
asking.
go through,
Yeah.
could we move it if it's not working? Of course, that's what we'd want to do, but first go, that's kind of where our thought process was at.
Van Gogh has really had a lot of success with that sort of check-in right at the beginning. If you've been out to Van Gogh and seen what they do, that's really what that time is right there. And then they jump into the work, and then they come back at the end to check in how we're doing. So we stole a little bit of that idea from them. First, I want to say our high schools are doing an amazing job of trying to address these needs for our kids, but I wanted to sort of put a side by side so you could see how we may be doing things a little bit differently. Typically, our students have 7 semester-long courses for 3.5 credits each semester. At the College and Career Academy, we would break it up into quarters. So essentially, they would take a quarter-long class that would earn them a semester long of credit. Remember, it's blocked. That means they wouldn't have quite as many interactions each day. A typical kid has 28 per week of interactions, 7 different teachers per day. We know from talking to some of our students that that can be intense, depending on what their challenges are. And one of our goals in developing the schedule was to get the number of interactions down and develop deeper relationships with those. We've seen that at the College and Career Center when they have that much time. We would also expect those teachers who teach in those 3 blocks to be in that health and wellness. It's taught as a team, and to be in that academic support. So it's taught as a team. So any teacher you had during the day would be there for that academic support at the end of the day. At the high school, they have academic support, but it's student driven. They have to choose to come to tutoring. Here, it's a requirement. That is the end of your day. You don't have really a choice to attend that. Health and wellness, you get it in health, you get it in PE. We have great counselors at our high school, great social work. Here, it's required daily. So it's just a more intense intervention there. Same tiered system of behavioral support that we have at our high schools. Family, and again, we should probably say mentor engagement, whatever family means to you. It's a little more reactive probably at the high school, but here it would be proactive. We would have student success contracts that students would make, and we'd make that with the family. And then career development, and we'll get into that a little later. It's a required component. When we think about self-sustainability, graduating high school is just a step. It's not a finish line. It's just a step. If they're not going to continue on in post-secondary, we would like to see them gainfully employed. And so we want to make sure they have the skills to do that. We sort of came up with this graphic, and it was just a way of us thinking about how we would support students. Students being centered. The teachers and the students are in a cohort. That's common in college and career academies where students are in a group based on their career interests. So they may take English as that group, and that provides yet another support of students that are together quite a bit. You see counselor, admin, social work, and then we would expect that every student would have an adult mentor in their career area of interest that would meet with them just as a check-in, just as another relationship that they can use and rely on. And then they have their home school. We would have employers, our community partners, and our post-secondary. So you can kind of see how that all surrounds that student for their support. I thought that was some really neat work by our committee. We're not going to go into every core subject area, but I'm just going to start with this one. You see at the top there is the graduation requirement by the state of Kansas, and how we would break out the classes. Because you're required to have 4 but could have 3, if a kid failed at they just say they just completely blew out their freshman year, it was just awful, they could still graduate on time. They could still earn those credits in time. We would focus our curriculum very much on the types of skills they need, those speaking and listening skills, those writing and those literature skills. And then at the bottom, you're going to see curriculum integration possibilities. Because California has done so much work on college or career academies, they have quite a library of courses that can integrate. So, for example, if a student was interested in being a teacher, they could take Exploration of Child and Adolescent Literature as their English course, and it would be books focused on what their career interest might be. You'll see a little bit here later how we might pull that off. Or if they were interested in law, public service, and safety, media and public relations could be their speaking and listening credit. It's just trying to tie those two together. I'll just let you take a peek at math here without walking you through it. DPR stands for Design, Production, and Repair. Here's our social studies with some possible integration. And science we've done quite a bit at the College and Career Center already. Forensic science is a great example of something we've done to teach life science, but in a career-focused area. We would expect every student to choose a path, and I say that tentatively. My thinking keeps evolving on that, and that high school is really a time for exploration, but it's also a time to continue to develop skills if you think this might be the area, right? So finding that balance for kids. But we wanted to make sure that the paths that we offered would actually lead to jobs. So I'm going to explain this chart for you. Total openings is in our area. We're in workforce area 2. Total openings in that field. Completers is the number of students in high school that complete 3 credits in that pathway now. So that would show the difference. We were looking for areas where there's a high demand of student that we don't have students filling those spots right now. So we feel confident that if we prepared kids with skills in business, that they would be able to find a job in business just based on the demand and the number of openings that are out there. Now, we discussed earlier today, we can argue about those entry-level annual wages, and certainly we'd like them to be higher. Remember, that is entry-level, and it is all careers within that area. So it is not just a teacher in USD 497. It also includes paras, it includes early childhood, it includes tutoring, everything within, and college professors. So the whole gamut. I'm so excited to show you this slide. Because for the first time last year, we were able to ask every kid at the high school what their career area of interest was. Sometimes students' areas of interest do not align with workforce demands. Our kids are mostly interested in arts and AV technology, and we have the fewest number of jobs available in our area for that. If you know how to fix that, let me know. We could write a book together because it is a big challenge. But I highlighted some of the programs that we would have as part of the College and Career Academy just to sort of see health science is a perfect alignment. There's huge demand, there's student interest. That works really well for us. So just thought I'd share that with you. So here's how those pathways would work out. The white dots around a course mean that we don't currently offer that course at the College and Career Center. We would be looking to expand those. The ones that don't have the white dots are things that we currently offer. So some of these all of them are almost 50% we have it already in place. We'd just be adding a little bit more. Early childhood is a huge demand industry in Douglas County. So Bill's going to talk a little bit about online options and being very specific about the difference between virtual school and online education.
So you are probably familiar with OdysseyWare. We use OdysseyWare in a lot of different areas throughout the district, and OdysseyWare is an online curriculum that really, in terms of coursework, is very linear, that a student can get on. They can really kind of really self-teach, self-pace, kind of with a proctor, with the guide of a teacher, similar to what we do in diploma completion, where we have kids come in, recover credits through OdysseyWare, but we also have teachers in the classroom that can help with assignments if they get jammed up. They can manipulate things. They can teach it in a little bit different way so that the student can get the credit. It's a wide array of classes. Some we haven't even tapped into before. People have asked about kids taking AP classes through OdysseyWare, and OdysseyWare does offer AP classes, but primarily we use it for core content. And so the thought is that, and you may be aware already that a couple of the programs that are at Centennial are in the process of moving. Adult Ed is getting ready to open up a really nice space out at Peasley Tech, which will be great for that program. And diploma completion is migrating over to College and Career Center by next year. And so that tool becomes very powerful to fill that kind of that online area where you may not have the physical space, or you may have a particular content or kid, for that matter, that's going to learn better online. It's different from LVS in the sense that LVS is a school in the virtual world. Every teacher has different content. Every teacher has different. It's just like if you get a degree in college online and you meet as a cohort, whereas OdysseyWare is very scripted, very rigorous, and has served this district well. And so you can't see it unless on your screen you want to blow it up and see the array of courses there, but it's got a lot of opportunities for kids to go down about any path that we would want to create.
I think there's a real difference. Our students at the College and Career Center take medical terminology online. And we have found that if we just tell them you're taking this course online, I would say about 85% of them will fail that class, because it just takes a certain amount of savvy to be able to to make sure you get the assignments done on time, to communicate with your professor, to make sure they unlock the assignment, that you kind of missed this, when to take the test. But when we have them in a guided online instruction, so saying, hey, make sure you get this done, don't forget to turn this in, they do great, and they really do well. So that's a little bit different than the virtual school, where they need to have an educational advocate that is a parent or something like that. This would be a more guided online instruction model. Real quickly, just to give you some ideas, a sample teacher schedule. The way we did plan was that's where we see that curriculum integration. So this would be an English teacher schedule. They would be working in that first quarter with a business teacher to create an integrated model of business and English together. And so with two teachers working with the same set of kids, one teacher would do it for an hour and then another teacher, and they'd flip-flop there. Or they may, by agreement, and that's part of our master agreement, they could say, I'm going to cover Monday and Thursday, and you cover Tuesday and Friday, would be some different ways that they could do that. It encourages that integration. It encourages them to collaborate, and it really benefits the kids because they're getting two teachers who are really, really working with them on that content. This is sort of just the same thing, but seeing it from an elective standpoint. I just sort of built out that first quarter so it looks almost, you could just see it from the other perspective. We put a couple of sample student schedules together. In the interest of time, I'll go really quickly. This would be a sophomore who just did not do well in English at all. And you can sort of see that by the quarter system, that kid can get 1.5 credits in English without having to take 2 Englishes in a day. When I was a principal at Free State, I always was sort of concerned about the kid that flunked algebra, and then we said, well, we're going to put you in algebra and we're going to put you in geometry in the same day. So the subject that you really struggled with, we're going to give you a double dose of. This allows us to give them a double dose, but spread it out. They're just taking it for longer periods of time. Here's a student who, maybe really likes their electives. You see they did really well. I would tell you, I know this student. I picked a student that is at the College and Career Center now. Brilliant in computer science, really struggles with every other content area. So could we design a schedule where they're getting core contents, but you see their web page design, we're going to call that their fine arts, right? We're going to use a little bit of our ability to sort of carrot them into graduating, because that's our goal. Remember, back to our mission statement was to get them to graduate high school, but also have the skills they need to be successful. This year, I've had more students who are pregnant at the College and Career Center than ever before. And great grades, and then a life situation happened, and it has made it difficult on them. And then we also sort of paired that with, well, what if they also wanted to do band? We just picked something out and said, would there be a way to make it work? And especially with that OdysseyWare tool, we think we could make it work, where they could go back to the high school just to take band or just to be in choir. I don't want to mislead you and make you think that they can come out to the College and Career Academy and take choir, Latin, band, and take courses at the College and Career. There's going to be a choice. When you leave that traditional high school, there are going to be many courses you leave behind and will not be able to take. But it's because we think that daily health and wellness is important, daily academic support, and fewer teacher contacts is going to lead you to more success. Just some other considerations. We're getting down to the end here of our presentation. We know it's been long. Due to the success of Peaslee Tech and the increased numbers at Boys and Girls Club and the increased numbers at College and Career Centers, parking is becoming an issue. I want to thank GR for making sure we got the arrows all pointed the right way to help with our parking, but parking is a concern, and that would be something we'd need to talk about. Classroom space might be a concern as well. As I started to sort of go, okay, if we did all this, where does everybody go? We don't have a nurse's office. If we have kids who are there all day, they're going to need to take medications, and where will that happen? And so those are some things we're going to need to figure out. That said, I think some of our partnerships could help us out. Heartland Community Health would be a really great partner there, thinking about the physical health care of our students, not just their mental health. DECA has been, like I said, at every single meeting and wants to help us with drug and alcohol prevention and addiction. And so Van Gogh could help us with some of our fine arts challenges and what that might look like. We're going to need to figure out how the decisions you make in the short term are going to impact our transportation schedule. We're going to do whatever we need to do. The College and Career Center is going to have to flex with whatever decisions you make, but it will affect our transportation schedule. We have a lot of buses coming in and out of the College and Career Center. And then we think we're going to have to address OdysseyWare. We're going to need more licenses. I mean, that's just going to have to be a resource that we increase. And with more students and with more staff, we're going to need more equipment, something as simple as teacher desks and things like that. So that would be another consideration. We don't want to stand in front of you and say we can do all this without any costs whatsoever. There is resources that will have to be applied. It may be that you think we need to keep applying those to the high school and staying with the high school model. That's just a decision we'd like some guidance from you all on. Here's a quick look at staffing. Bill and I just essentially put together what we've got now between what's happening at Centennial and what's happening at the College and Career Center, and then just sort of based on our design, where we think we'd need to go. Sort of share that with you. And lastly, next steps. If you asked us to move forward on this, we would be coming back to you in January with curriculum and course approvals. You saw a lot of new courses and on there that would need to be approved by the board. Staffing, we'd need to work with administration on, probably by February, we thought. Picking students in February, March, and curriculum development. There's a ton of curriculum development work in there. Luckily, we've put a lot of that cost into our new Perkins grant. We have close to $50,000 in the Perkins Grant for curriculum integration, taking careers and tying them directly to core subject areas. And then professional development, we want to make sure these teachers are ready for the many challenges that would come at them with schools with students who are looking for an alternative setting. All right, hit us. What questions do you have?
Well, I just want to say, first of all, since we're all kind of looking at each other with all questions, this is really exciting to me. I think it's fantastic, and I appreciate the community and that spent so much time looking at this for the past year and a half. I was there at the beginning, and I am thrilled with this, just even this presentation happening. I guess my main question really is how realistic is our ability as a district to add the staffing necessary to do this? And I don't know if those are conversations that have occurred yet, or if you were waiting to see if that was the direction the board wanted you to go in. But I mean, I just think it's fantastic and much needed, and it's been asked for a long time. And so I'm kind of curious about is it realistic?
Yes, that would be our next step in determining budget implications. I know Patrick alluded to some of those that could be potential budget adds. Of course, board knows our budgets, and so we would have to look at ways we can maybe free up some FTEs or do things differently. But if it's the desire of the board for us to go forward with this, then we would have to come back with the board in terms of what that would mean from a budgetary standpoint. So, yes.
Anna wanted me to add that you know, those students who come to the center, staffing should follow those students, you know. It may be a little different ratio when we think about those students' needs than what we have at our traditional high school, but we would have to look at that, you know, depending on how many students, resources should follow students.
Do you have any, like, order of magnitude estimates as to how many students might qualify for this program?
I don't know that I had a good answer.
It's okay if you don't. That's
I
a good
don't.
answer.
I think your max is probably 200. I don't think that would happen year one, you know, because it's new and you just don't know how that's going to shake down. And then you begin to feel that number, if it goes beyond that number, then you have to really look hard at both of your traditional high schools and say, well, maybe we got to be doing some different things there that match this. And so, you know, any number is a great number. You know, Patrick and I, over the last year, have worked pretty close on students that you may have witnessed profiled in here, where we've begun to do some things between our two campuses. We've got a teacher cadet student who had dropped out, and then we said, now wait a sec, wait a sec. You really like cadets, maybe we could keep you in cadets, bring you over to diploma completion, do online, and she still continues and hopefully emerges as a teacher that we grew ourselves. And so, Shannon, I just don't know.
It's okay.
You know,
That's
Is there
fair.
a certain percentage that you're seeing when you look at some of these other programs in terms of their student population overall?
You know, I think, you know, the kids that come to me at the College and Career Center and say, is there any way I can come here all day, come from a wide variety of rationale. Sometimes it's about relevance. They just see so much relevance at the College and Career Center with what their interest is, and that idea that we could develop English courses that maybe tie into that is very exciting for them. Some students come to me and say, I just want to get away from the drama that is at the high school. I hear that probably more than anything. You know, we have a student, Bill and I are really excited. We have our first JDC student who's coming out to the College and Career Center this spring. And it's because of the relationship, you know, how we've been talking about how we can serve that student. So I think, I don't know. I mean, it's really, I don't know. Every kid is very different in what they're asking for. And we heard that a lot when we went to Van Gogh. It was very interesting, all the different reasons that they might be interested in it. And at the same time, I'm not going to, somewhere like, I don't know I could go out there because I would lose out on this, and this. So.
Kelly, did you?
My question was already asked.
Okay.
I'm certainly interested in them continuing to explore this and figuring out if it is something that we can do with the resources we have.
Me
Yeah,
too.
I feel the same.
Very
I
strong.
think this community, just year two, well, year one, I've heard, what can we do for our, bring up the old alternative school, But this approach is a lot different from the alternative school, and I appreciate the work that Bill and Patrick has done in the community who's been a part of this. And they've been working on this for quite a while, and they presented to ELT maybe 3 or 4 months ago now. And there was a slide that he had in that draft that he didn't put in this one, but that's okay, I'll still read it. But it had, it is our school and its way of teaching that's alternative, not our students. And I think the work that you've seen from them really is a testament of us looking at our teaching, our programming to meet the needs of our students.
And I'll just say, I mean, this is so much cooler than I could have even imagined a year and a half ago when we started thinking about this. So yeah, absolutely, thank you.
Well, big
All
thanks
of
to
you.
our committee. Many of them
Yeah.
are here
Hi, Sue.
tonight.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, everyone.
Really good to have all those people involved.
Stand up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you deserve a round of
Yes.
applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Exciting.
5.
Are we calling a break till 6?
Yes. Break until 6. I opened my eyes.
Dr. Johnson.
For your service on the board.
Right, okay.
You have to be on it?
Look at all you. You're doing great. Not that I expect you to. Yeah, these are all our teacher cadets. Oh, no, you should stick around.
Not yet.
Did you see my email with the amended?
Well, I didn't see your email, but I saw that it was amended.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much. How are you? Thank you. Oops, I think I washed it.
What?
I said, I think I washed your pen, but I have plenty of pens, so.
Yeah, I'm proud of it.
She would. We love her. Mr. Kelly's pretty sharp looking.
They look great. I thought you guys hated those.
Yeah, we do.
What's that? You're okay with it? What would you do different? For your shirts, what would you do? I'm doing t-shirts. Let's put some parameters on it, right?
They got really into the colors.
Yeah. Like the color? What color would you do? I was trying to not do red and not do green.
Yeah. Maybe like orange.
Orange? We could do college and career center orange.
Like the orange, yes. I like it. Well, then we have to pick the hair color. Yeah.
Yeah. Like my hair color.
Yeah, black. What about black? Any favorite black color?
Yeah, because nothing says I'm welcoming in an elementary classroom in a black shirt.
I mean, cramp at your style. I think you should have like different colors.
Oh, rainbow walk.
This is probably too much information.
On a uniform for a reason.
A different color by each group that they wanted to be. So that would be So like,
But here's the thing, you could be like part of it.
pre-K to second, could be in one cohort, elementary in another.
Did you all, anybody change what they wanted to be partially?
Oh my goodness.
He wants to teach theory. He thinks this is our future, world.
That's the thing, people wanted to get rid of something, you did your own.
Big bricks, all the happy birthdays. I try out. I first question that I started the second I tried to offer well, I was on my way. Like I just went in and I did my first I don't know what's happening. Oh, those are those ones, yeah.
Which we have some there are a bunch of people. Hold on.
I know, no one has
Hello.
No, intense.
It's a bunch of stuff.
I
Maybe
know.
send it to the wrong one.
I know it's
No.
That's what I do.
You don't need to hear. It really falls back on families and families Make sure you send it to M. Johnson. But maybe I may have just okay. Yeah. Thank you. 6 o'clock board meeting. May I get a motion to approve the amended agenda?
I move the Board of Education amend and approve the agenda for the December 9, 2019 board meeting to include the 2020 legislative priorities under new business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Really far away.
we need another amendment so we can do a special recognition of the teacher cadets. So we will include that in the,
Okay, I'll make a second motion. I move that we amend the agenda to include, of the December 9, 2019 board meeting, to include both the 2020 legislative priorities under new business and a special recognition under opening items, special recognition of our teacher cadets.
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And at this time, we'll do the teacher cadet special recognition with Samry and Patrick Kelly.
Well, good evening, and thank you for allowing us to come to you with the celebration tonight. Last year, when I gave my HR report, one of my HR goals was to team with Patrick Kelly to begin a teacher cadet program to start looking at our young, talented high schoolers that would make excellent teachers, and we have done that tonight. So I'm going to let Patrick talk to you a little bit about the program, and then our teacher cadets are here for you to meet. So exciting.
Thanks, Sammy. going to ask their two amazing teachers, Sarah Mahoney and Dr. Kelly Welch, to come up, and students, just come on up here. Just find your way. I'm sure you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from our kiddos. They expressed an interest in the spring of last year. We went to them and said, hey, we know that you might be interested in teaching. Again, thanks for letting us do that career interest survey. And then went to them and said, we've got an idea for a teacher cadet program. Teacher cadets is an actual program that's out of South Carolina. So we stole some things from them. These students have been in elementary schools, high schools, preschools, after-school care. Really done a fabulous job at the same time learning how to be good teachers and taking a good photo. But I thought we just might invite Sarah Mahoney and Dr. Kelly Welch up here to just talk a little bit about what they're learning. And then Sam said maybe he'd be willing to say a few words about
Yes.
You want some brownie credit?
Thank you so much. It is indeed such a privilege to be here with these students tonight. And forgive me if I get a little bit teary-eyed because we are that proud of this group of students. My role in the program is to teach the in-class coursework. And right now, these students are synthesizing or weaving together 5 different theories of education, including Piaget, Vygotsky, Dewey, Ronberger, all of these things about how students construct their own knowledge. And they are working on projects for us. We invite you to project night next Monday night at 7 o'clock at the College and Career Center. They are creating design boards of the classrooms of the future. So they are working on both a written piece to show all this incredible knowledge that they've used and that they've learned this semester. And then they're going to put that into this format where we can see what their vision is, because they're the ones that are going to help us change education, not just in this community, but across the state and across this nation. I have an incredible facilitator, co-worker, friend that I'd like to introduce. This is Miss Sarah Mahoney, and she directs the internship placements for the program.
Hello, thank you so much for inviting us here. As Dr. Welch said, I do facilitate their in-field experiences, and so this semester, students have had a chance to spend 3 weeks in all levels from pre-K to 12. And they did 3-week cycles at Langston Hughes Elementary, Southwest Middle School. The students are from Lawrence High and Free State both, so they switched high schools and had an opportunity to observe in their opposite high school. And we also partnered with Googles of Learning, as well as Kennedy Elementary's pre-K program. Also did time with the Boys and Girls Club Teen Center. So they've had a really sort of broad and expansive kind of view into what it is to be a teacher and to observe in our spaces. We taught them the kind of components of the Danielson model, which is what the framework that we use within the Lawrence Public Schools for teacher evaluation. So they really were able to go into the classroom and look specifically for items that we work so hard as educators to make sure to incorporate into our classroom space. Yes, as Dr. Welch said, we're really, really proud of this group.
This is one of our cadets, Sam Webb.
Hi, people. All right. I'm going to start off by saying the real heroes are these two right here, these two teachers. At the teacher cadets, there's kind of a big family unit, really. We have fun. We just talk to the kids. We go to different schools. We have fun in class, probably more than me. We work on different projects. We focus on some of the psychology and theory that we do in some of the classes that we have at this district. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to say beyond that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you.
Happens all the time. Congratulations.
You clearly belong to your dad. Thank you. Hi. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much. Thank you. So glad you guys did this.
Cool
Thank
shirts.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I had an opportunity to go speak to the teacher cadets probably maybe 2 weeks ago or so. And I was just amazed at not only the work that they do in those classrooms, but their passion for education. I did share with them that as long as I'm here, once they go on to complete their requirements to become a teacher, we will hire them back here at Lawrence Public Schools. And so we're working to see if we can get maybe some letters of intent once they graduate and go across the stage. I've left some letters of intent to hire. So how many high school students can say that they walked across the stage not only with a diploma, but also a job, pending they come back and teach here in Lawrence Public Schools?
At this time, we have another special recognition. I would like to call Dr. Anthony Lewis.
All right. Thank you for calling me.
Call you out.
Of course, we all know that this is the final board meeting for 3 of our amazing board members, and I just want to take a moment to honor the 3 of them, and I'm going to read a little bit about each one of them. First, starting with Jessica Beeson. Jessica is a graduate of Lawrence Public Schools. She started her school involvement career, I guess you would say, as a parent attending quarterly PTA meetings. When the board began debating whether it could continue to operate all of its elementary schools, Jessica was involved in community advocacy around maintaining quarterly and other neighborhood schools, mainly for the impact that school closures would bring on some of our vulnerable populations. This interest led Jessica to serve as a member of the district's Central and East Lawrence elementary school consolidation work groups. This group outlined standards for elementary schools and advised then Superintendent Dr. Rick Dahl and the board. Elected to the school board in 2015, Jessica has shared her passion for leveling the playing field for all students, including advocating for racial equity, seeking multiple perspectives through the creation of community advisory groups, and supporting the elimination of some of the fees previously charged for course enrollment, among other improvements. Last year, Jessica served as the board president. And Jessica, I want to say it has been truly an honor to serve with you here in Lawrence Public Schools, and definitely thank you for your passion, for your advocacy, for your leadership, for your tough conversations, for your accountability, and just the tremendous amount of support that you have shown Lawrence Public Schools and this entire community for your 4+ years of service to the school board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Jill Fincher. Jill collaborated with the district for many years before she became a parent. She taught finance lessons through junior achievement. She helped to raise funds through Citizens for Students when pay-to-play fees were implemented. She served on the district boundary committee, which she described at the time as one of the most difficult, yet one of the most rewarding experiences since the committee sought solutions that worked for the whole community. As a parent, Jill was a site council member for 3 schools and helped to campaign for the construction of both Free State High School and Langston Hughes Elementary. She also served as a member of the Lawrence Schools Foundation Board of Trustees. Interested in lending her finance background to the district to navigate still tight fiscal times and budget cuts, Jill was elected to the board in 2015. Jill's goal has been to represent the many interests of all students. And Jill, we appreciate you, we appreciate your vision and your service and dedication to Lawrence Public Schools for your 4+ years to this community. So thank you so much, Jill. Next is Dr. Rick Ingram. Rick's involvement with our school started when he organized the Hawkathon Club at his daughter's Xana's elementary school, Hillcrest. Now, as he prepares to conclude his 2 terms of service to the board, we have hundreds of students participating in marathon clubs across all of our elementary schools. It was the quality of education provided in our community, both at KU and Lawrence Public Schools, that lured Rick and his family to make Lawrence their home. Rick joined the school board in 2011 and served as president during the 2013 and 14 school year. He served on a variety of committees, including several years on the Boundary Committee. Rick is also competitive, and he likes to do things that are innovative, and so we share that competitive spirit. He wants Lawrence to truly have that top-ranked school in the state and beyond. He supports students receiving a well-rounded education, emphasizing excellence in academics, including STEM fields, as well as the fine arts and athletics. Other issues Rick has emphasized during his time on the board includes transparency, community engagement, full-day kindergarten, which we now have in place at all of our elementary schools, blended learning, and AVID. Rick's professional work as a clinical psychologist has informed his championing of later school start times at our high schools and the benefits of adequate sleep and on brain development of young people. And Rick, we thank you for your 2 terms and your service and dedication of 8+ years of service to the Lawrence Public School Board. Thank you so much, Rick, for your service.
Thank you.
Stand there for a second, and I'd like.
No, you guys It's convenient you're all together.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And as the report of the president, I too just want to echo my appreciation. It was a pleasure to serve on the board with you all and learn from you and get to know you a little on a personal level. And happy free Mondays and rest of the week. I really hope and you continue to do work. I know Jessica plans to stay in some committees, and just because you're not sitting up here doesn't mean that your voice isn't still important. So thank you. This weekend, I had the opportunity to go to the KASB conference and ran by our very own Shannon Kimball, president of the KASB school board. She did an amazing job. And it was just like, up there and like proud moment. We represented, as well as some of the district office staff came and presented on equity and technology. And I heard raving reviews from some of my the district in which I teach. We heard some wonderful things, and from numerous amounts of board members from across Kansas. So thank you. And then we had our chamber singers come out and they performed, and I promise you, literally after every selection, I can turn around and see someone mouthing, "Wow, wow, wow." So thank you to the chamber singers and to Scott Ireland for coming out and wowing Kansas. I don't think I have anything. I feel like I'm going to forget something, but I think that's all for now. So at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Lewis, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you. I do want to take a moment to brag on our scholars and staff. Once again, Lawrence High's journalism program continues to garner national recognition. The budget The budget earned the National Scholastic Press Association Pacemaker Award, and this is the most prestigious honor available to school publications. The budget has also received this award in 2017 and was a finalist last year. Several LHS student journalists also earned national honors for their writing, editing, illustrating, design, video, and photography skills. And Barb Tholen is their teacher and advisor. And we do have some students from the budget with us tonight. Would you please stand?
Yes.
Thank you. And tell me your name again. Yes. No, you. Nola, that's right. Nola, I had the honor to be interviewed by Nola. She was actually my first interview in Lawrence. And so she did a video interview and did an amazing job. I wasn't scared. I was nervous at first, but she made me relax. But she really did an amazing job with that. So congratulations to the budget. Congratulations to Lawrence High's entrepreneurship team and their teacher, Kimberly Hawks. Is she here? No? The team participated in the Douglas County Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge on Friday at the Lawrence College and Career Center. Our students won first and second place, which carried cash awards of $1,500 and $1,000. Their teacher, Kimberly Hawks, received $500 for being named the outstanding teacher. So congratulations to Kimberly Hawks and the Lawrence High's entrepreneur team. Last week, we enjoyed surprising 2 outstanding staff with special awards. The staff gathered in the rotunda at Lawrence High School as I presented the fall semester's Class Act Award to Shelley Van, who is a work experience job coach and a paraeducator. In front of a school assembly, we announced that Dr. Jessica Larson, Hillcrest Kindergarten and first grade ESL teacher, is the 2019 Lawrence Master Teacher Award recipient. Many thanks to Truity Credit Union as they presented both staff members with cash awards. So congratulations to Shelley and Dr. Larson. Congratulations to Free State High School's orchestra director, Russell Clark, for being named the Northeast Kansas Music Educators Association Young Orchestra Teacher of the Year. So congratulations to Russell Clark. We are proud that our Human Resources Director, Samry Devon, please stand. Samry Devon, remain standing as I talk about. She graduated from KASB's Leadership for Tomorrow program during the organization's annual convention that was held on Friday and during the weekend in Wichita. Samry was one of 27 education leaders from across the state of Kansas that was selected to explore change theories and strategies, participate in leadership, development skills and trainings, and to expand their understanding of key educational issues. So congratulations, Samry. We're so proud of you. Speaking of the KSB conference, as Board President Johnson indicated, Lawrence was definitely well represented. Of course, Shannon Kimball presided as the KSB Board President and just kind of ran the show, basically. I joined Deb Boatwright, the Kansas leader of Be Smart, to share our efforts to enlist community's support in helping to address safety issues. Our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Anna Stubblefield, and Samry Devon and Leah Wisdom, they shared information about our district's work in aligning equity to our strategic plan. And our Assistant Superintendent, Jerry Kimball, and again, Shannon Kimball, Kimball and Kimball, spelt differently, co-presented our district's efforts to bridge the digital divide through our initiatives, through our equitable access to technology. And as Melissa indicated, our Free State Chamber singers did definitely wow the audience under the direction of Scott Ireland, performing at Sunday's KSB's business meeting. The district received another clean financial audit, which is a true testament of the meticulous work from Kathy Johnson. Kathy, where are you? Kathy Johnson?
Hiding.
So all of the efforts and of what Kathy does so well is definitely paying off for us to have another clean financial audit. So thank you so much, Kathy, for your work and your entire business office staff. Yes. Hugely important. As Bill indicated, we will be moving our adult education services to Peasley Tech during the winter recess. The new semester for the Adult Learning Center, GED, and diploma completion programs will begin there January the 13th in their new location. We definitely appreciate the flexibility of the staff, and most importantly, we appreciate our partnership that we do have with Peasley Tech. And we feel that this move will definitely enable us to better serve the education needs of this entire community. During the month of December, various restaurants will offer a percentage of our purchases as a donation to the Lawrence Schools Foundation. This occurs every Tuesday and Thursday, so please check the Lawrence Schools Foundation website for those restaurants. So for example, this Thursday, tomorrow, tomorrow is just Tuesday, the Dine and Donate is at Texas Roadhouse, and then Thursday it will be at the Lawrence Beer Company. Several of our students are appearing in Matilda at the Theater Lawrence. Play performances run now through December the 22nd. We will join the Dole Institute of Politics in welcoming Dr. Temple Grandin, who is an advocate for persons with autism and a professor of animal science. We welcome her to Lawrence to receive the Dole Leadership Prize. She will present a free public program at 7 p.m. Wednesday night. And any special educator, you must know about Temple Grandin. I'm a huge fan, so I definitely will be there. Just a reminder, the winter recess begins 2 weeks from today. We will have a half a day of school for grades K through 12 on December the 20th. Winter recess is December the 23rd through January the 3rd. And then due to staff professional development and plan time, students will return to school on January the 8th. That's all I have.
Hey, Dr. Lewis.
And we want to welcome.
Oh, I was just going to ask who's sitting next to you.
I apologize. We'd like to welcome our student school board member, Miles Holly from Free State High School. Welcome, and we want you to know that you are able to comment just like one of the other board members. So if you have anything to say, please let us know. At this time, we'll have board commentary. Oh, I wanted to, I think it's flip-flopped.
Which one is that?
Patron.
Oh.
There's a little,
Patron first.
patron, okay. Patron commentary, but I wanted to, I looked at some of the patron commentary, and it seems like it's involving a topic that we're going to discuss. So I just wanted to double check with Erin Rahija. Hopefully I said, is it also about late school? Yes. Okay, so we will hold the patron commentary till after the presentation on the late high school start time, and then, so at this time we'll have board commentary.
Okay, well, first off, I would like to say thank you for your kind words, and also just to say a few words about being a board member. It has been, I won't say it's been a short 4.5 years, but it's been a good 4.5 years, and I've really enjoyed serving the community in this capacity. It's been an honor, and I have really enjoyed working with all of you. So I'm actually going to make all of the admin staff in the back stand up. Yeah, you have to do it. You have to, and I just want to tell all of you, I'm going to miss all of you. I've really enjoyed working with you. Some of you I've worked with really closely. I know I've given a hard time to through the years, but I appreciate everything that you do for our schools very much, and I know that you're a really good team, so thank you. I also, of course, have absolutely been I've learned so much from Dr. Lewis. I am so proud of us for bringing you here and making that decision, and I'm just so glad that you're here at the helm, and I leave the board knowing that you're going to continue steering the ship in the right direction. And to my fellow board members, it's been a pleasure, it really has. So I've made some friends, and probably lifelong friends, so thank you for that too. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
So Jessica stole some of my thunder, but you know, when I was elected 8.5 years ago, actually more than 8.5 years ago, you know, I always wanted to make my decisions based on evidence. Well, it's the best interest of kids, and I think I've done that. It's, you know, it's been a real honor and a privilege to be able to serve the district and the kids, and always try and do what's best for them. And, you know, I want to say I really appreciate all my fellow board members. You know, Jessica and Kelly, I knew a little bit before this, but I've gotten to know people that I really appreciate. You know, when you spend I don't know, 30 or 40 or 50 hours in executive session, you get to know people, and I think you really get to appreciate them and all the various things that they have to offer. So it's been great working with all of you. I really appreciate that. And to the staff members who Jessica just made stand up, one of the things that's great is I got to meet these awesome people, but I got to meet a lot of awesome people in the district, and I know how hard they work every day to do what's in the best interest of kids, and I really, really appreciate that. And it's been a real privilege to serve with Anthony. You hear when there's a superintendent opening coming up that people say the most important thing a board can do is hire a good superintendent, and boy, is that true. I think you've been awesome. You've been inspiring, motivating. When I hear you talk, I want to charge out and do stuff because that's just the effect you have on people, and I think that's just what we need. So I want to say I really appreciate the opportunity to work with you, and you'll probably have other opportunities. I hope you won't take them. I hope you will be in this district for a long time because you're exactly the kind of person this district needs. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Sure.
Well, I would echo what you both said, and I think I've really treasured getting to know each and every one of you and working in some difficult situations. And I think that one of the things the best accomplishment I think we have made is hiring Dr. Lewis, and he's really, really the real deal and really going to guide our district in the right direction. And I really want to thank Elise and Dawn, who we know really do all the hard work. So, thank you.
And I would just like to, again, echo, this was not about me, but the three of you, your service to this district and this community, and the many emails that you answered, I really appreciate. I would share some funny stories about each one of them. I'll just give you a snippet. I like to consider myself a pretty charming guy, and I've never been stood up, ever went on a date and been stood up. But I was stood up by Jill. Had a lunch scheduled, and I was just sitting at the table waiting on Jill, and Jill never showed up.
That's true.
So, and then Rick's funny story about the trip he went to and had his wallet stolen. Remember that? And then standing
I
on
remember.
Huh?
Oh, no, I remember.
Oh, you remember?
Yeah.
And then standing on the rocky stairs with Jessica. That was fun. But when you give of yourself, for anyone that doesn't know in the audience, this is not a paying job. But when you give of yourself and you volunteer to serve as a board member, and you make yourself vulnerable, and you're out there in the public, and the many hours, not only in an executive session, but agenda setting, and many hours in this room here, it takes a toll on you. It takes a toll on you and your family. So I want to say also to your families that allow you to do this work, thank you. Thank them as well for allowing you to serve as a board member.
Shannon?
First off, I want to say I'm going to miss all of you, and thank you for being such kind, compassionate, committed board members and working so hard to do the right thing, even at the times when we've had different opinions about things. I know that each of you has always had the right things at heart, which is something that is so important to making a board work well. So thank you. I did have a couple other things to share, so I'll wait if anybody else wants to say anything right now.
Kelly?
I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
Okay. So when I came onto the board, I hadn't met Jill, and you are hysterical. So no one has mentioned that. And you, like the many hours that we spent together at negotiations, where sometimes I felt like I was going to come out of my skin, and you would just say just the right thing and break the tension, and everybody was able to kind of come together. I've seen you stand up for kids that are from low incomes. I've seen you fight pretty fiercely for gender equality, and I really appreciate your commitment. It's come through, and just thank you for being a role model to me. Rick you have been a mentor, of course. Our buildings on KU are very close, and when I was starting as a board member and needed to know a little bit about boardsmanship, you agreed to spend many hours having coffee with me while I just kind of rattled off questions about how things work, and I appreciate that so much. And I love the way that you make decisions based in science and in data, and your commitment to that has been, for me, has been reassuring when you point out directions that we could take based on science. It means a great deal to me that we're making informed decisions. Jessica Beeson, you are the fiercest board member I've ever sat with. I adore you. You have helped me through personal issues. You've been, I know, but just been, you're the kind of board member I want to be, as I really appreciate everything that you've done for this district and the years of advocacy that we have walked alongside each other, and just the way that you have taught me how I can do things. I appreciate that. So I'm going to spend the next 2 years trying to speak up and continue to do the work that you've done.
Sorry, staff.
I would just say, when I came on the board, Jessica was the only person that I knew. Jessica and I go all the way back to the elementary school task force. As if you ever want to see her head explode, ask how she and I are linked on that elementary school task force. She loves to tell that story. So you can tell by the look on her face that she loves to tell that story. But over the last 2 years, Jill and Rick, I've thoroughly enjoyed working with the two of you and getting to know you, and Rick getting an opportunity to tell KU basketball stories and to sit here between the two of us, and just one of us inevitably at any time will lean over and just say to the other, can we just make a motion? And then Jill, I will forever miss the fact that I will no longer have to provide IT tech support to the person who sits next to me on the board.
It's just too hard.
It's too hard. But I've thoroughly enjoyed my time getting to know you both and working with all three of you, and hope that our paths continue to cross.
Okay, I've got a couple more things. I'll try to make it quick. Just wanted to share some things that have been going on since really mostly in the last week. It's been kind of a crazy week. Had a policy committee with Kelly on Monday, and we mostly discussed our facilities use policies and implications around that as it relates to federal law section 504 in our schools. On December 3rd, I had my last meeting of the year for the Governor's Tax Council, and we made a series of recommendations to the governor on that day, including reinstating the refundable food sales tax credit, providing funding for the local ad valorem tax relief fund, which is something that's already on the books. Sorry, excuse me. LAVTRF is a revenue sharing program that allows cities and counties to provide property tax relief through revenue sharing with the state. We recommended amending the local tax lid, so that's the thing that applies to cities and counties and says if you want to raise your tax levy above a certain amount, you have to put it to a vote. They recommended granting an exemption to that for city and county participation in the KDOT transportation program. And also, there was kind of a more general motion of asking the governor and the legislature to be very cautious in this next year against making substantial changes to the tax code as Kansas continues to recover from the financial crisis that we went through under the devastating tax cuts that were passed in 2012. So I'm proud of those recommendations. I think they're the right ones to start with. We have a lot of work to do. We're probably going to meet at least once during the legislative session in the spring, and then we will be meeting quite a bit toward the end of the session and throughout the rest of next year to make some larger, more substantial recommendations. On Thursday the 5th, GR and I had a facilities meeting with our facilities staff, and we spent the whole time really diving in detail into this construction budget at Lawrence High School and talking about that project. So we had a great conversation. On Friday morning, I had the honor and pleasure to attend a proclamation signing with Governor Kelly. She signed a proclamation to honor School Board Appreciation Month in January. This was something that was arranged by advocacy staff at KASB, and so we had the opportunity to have her sign that proclamation, and I'm really proud that our governor is supportive of public schools and agreed to put us on her schedule to do that. And then I went to Wichita for the weekend, and as you've heard, I had the great pleasure of chairing, for lack of a better word, the Kansas Association of School Boards annual convention. I had to give a speech. I was pretty nervous, but once I got past that, the rest of the weekend was great. And I just want to echo the compliments that were already given to our staff that presented. First of all, thank you for representing Lawrence Public Schools at the conference and sharing the great work that we do. Thank you all for making the trip to Wichita to do that. I can't tell you how many people came up to me after your sessions, Samry, Anna, Leah, Dr. Lewis, and said to me things like, "You have such a great team. You are so lucky. I'm really excited about all the things I just heard, and can you tell me more?" And I was just, it made me so proud. I also want to thank Jerry Kimball for presenting with me on our efforts to bridge the digital divide. It was a lot of fun to get to present at the conference. It's the first time I've ever been a presenter, and I appreciate all the work that Jerry did to prepare the two of us to do that. And also, congratulations to Samry. I was so excited to get to attend her Leadership for Tomorrow graduation. Scott Ireland and the Free State Chamber Singers made the trip down to Wichita on Sunday morning. I'm sure they had to leave at a god-awful early hour to be there in order to perform for the attendees of the conference, but wow, were they fantastic. And I just want to thank them as well. And then I want to finally share an invitation with our board members and our new board members who will be on the board next year to please save the date on your calendars for the convention, which will be in Overland Park next year, December 4th, 5th, and 6th. And it's, even if you can just come on Saturday the 5th for the learning sessions, it's such a wonderful opportunity, and I think also a great team building opportunity for our board members. So highly encourage that. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, on Thursday will be Dr. Lewis's birthday. So happy birthday to you. And as a token of our appreciation, we'll let you go on vacation December 18th. So.
Hey, Melissa.
Yes.
I just want to add that this last week, also on Friday morning, while not nearly as busy as Shannon was over on the weekend, on Friday morning, I got to take my second tour of Phase 2 at Lawrence High, and am very excited about the space and impressed with how much has changed in a month. And if you drive down Louisiana, the glass is now in on the walkway, and they're making great progress, and it was fun to be there for the second tour now, and to see how much progress has been made. They're on schedule to get that turned over on time, and it looks really nice. It's cool to see the continuity of the design as it flows, as they work on each space, and it was fun.
Thank you. So at this time, we will make a motion. Someone make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Beeson,
Yes.
Fincher,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Ingram,
Yes.
Kimball.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
There are no retirements, and we will have, at this time, old business, high school start time update with Dr. Anna Stubblefield and Rick Henry.
Good evening. I am Anna Stubblefield, and Rick Henry and I are following up from the previous board meeting regarding the board exploring the option to shifting the high school start time to 9 a.m. We will start by first just talking about.
I get that set up, I do want to, there's some scholars that are standing in the back. We do have some chairs up front if you would like to come and sit up front.
Come on.
So we'll remind everyone of the purpose. Originally, and I won't spend a lot of time on the history, this conversation actually started, I believe, in 2015, exploring the possibility of moving the high school start time to a later time. The whole purpose originally has been to we know what the research says about students who receive adequate amount of sleep. They're healthier and more successful in and out of school. So I'll repeat it just because there's some new faces. There was a motion made, a recommendation made by administration in 2016 to not change the start because of the impact it would have on some after-school activities and some other considerations. And after that, the board asked for a community and administration and teachers to come together for a high school start time committee. The committee met for an entire year, and our recommendation when we came back at that time was we affirmed what the research says around students getting more sleep, and was to take a year exploring options for students, because when we surveyed the community and teachers and parents and students, there wasn't a clear, it wasn't like, yes, do it, no, do it. It was about 60% of the students said they would prefer a later start time, and staff was about 50-50, and parents were about 60%. My numbers are rough estimates, so please, you go and it's a little off, but that's where we were at that time. And at that time, the board asked us to take the next year with administration and teachers, which we did, to look at what could it be implemented, and what would be the cost. And we came back and shared at the previous board meeting that an 8:30 start time would cost the district a couple of $100,000, and a 9 o'clock start time would save the district about $110,000. We had lots of discussion at the previous meeting, and at this time, and there were some questions brought up, so Rick and I are following up on those questions that were brought up, and then we'll make a recommendation to the board. So one of the questions that was asked at the previous meeting was, what are the number of high school students who currently use transportation to school for an 8 a.m. start? And there's about 285 students at Lawrence High and 275 students at Free State High. And these are students who are registered and have passes. We recognize that if the bus transportation was shifted to 9 o'clock, that could potentially go up. It's some feedback that we received due to the fact that there's some parents who drop their students off on the way to work. When I talked to first student, it was a rough estimate. It could be anywhere from 50 to 100, but it wasn't like the expectation was for these numbers to double or triple just based off bus patterns.
Another question that was brought up at the last board meeting was what are the athletic and activity participation numbers at our high schools? I'll point out that these are 2018-19 numbers because we haven't finished this year yet, but we would predict that this year's numbers and next year's numbers would be very similar. You can see participation is great in our high schools. And it's broken out fall, winter, spring. Some of those activities span a couple of different seasons, so we just did the best we could in classifying those into fall, winter, or spring. Also, I'd like to point out that in the activities section, the vast majority of those in activities are in music, which is awesome. Music, students in music do miss some school if we're looking at instructional time, but that missing of school and after-school practice time would not be as great as those who are in, for most activities, as those involved in athletics. There are some activities that would lose instructional time. Those are mainly around debate, forensics, Scholars Bowl, and there are some others as well. But this should provide you with pretty solid numbers as far as the numbers of students who are involved in our athletics and activities.
Another question that was asked is what's the demographics of our students who are currently enrolled in 0 hour? That question was it came about because when we survey students this fall, instead of 0 hour was offered at 8 o'clock, would you be more than likely to enroll in a 0 hour? And based off that information, about 60% of the students who took the survey, not 60% of the student population, responded that they possibly would take a 0 hour. So here's the current demographics of our 0 hour by high students based off their ethnicity. And the next slide shows the demographics based off free and reduced or paid lunch. I will say that this total number of 427 is of both high schools, and I just want to remind everybody, a bulk of these numbers come from Free State because Lawrence High has about 38 students who are enrolled in 0 hour and the rest are Free State students. We combined the two just so that students couldn't be easily identified by the school. Another question that came to us was what are the number of students scheduled to graduate after fall semester? We do have some students who currently, based off our schedule, who graduate early. Lawrence High has about 21, Free State has 25. That question, I think, was birthed because would it impact that opportunity for students? And we don't believe so, because if you shift it back or give students options, those who are exercising those options to graduate early, they still would have that opportunity. So currently, we have 23 credits that are required for graduation, and that just lists what those credits are. Our students, if they were to enroll in a full schedule all 4 years, can graduate with 28 credits. We currently have students who, for different reasons, take 0 through 6 hour, it's a variety of, it's not at the level that it could be if you offered a student more options, but we currently have students who explore options just for their own personal opportunities with work, what works better for them. So currently we require 23 credits. And I'm giving this background because it's linked to our recommendation. KSDE requires 21 credits. It's the same number of ELA, social studies, science, and math, and PE, and fine art credits that are required by our districts, and 6 elective credits, and you can obtain that in a variety of ways to get there. So part of our recommendation before I started to talk about changing graduation requirements, you don't have to act on this, but part of our recommendation is to move the start time to 9 o'clock, but with that add advisory to the school day. For those students who have athletics and activities, it can be at the end of the day. Principals would have some flexibility because it's a course, you can take it whenever it works best for your schedule. I know I got some information about elective teachers losing the opportunity and impacting electives. Currently in our middle schools, our fine arts teachers, our essential teachers do not teach advisory. It doesn't mean that every teacher would have to teach at advisory. It just means like our principals and counselors do now when they put the master's schedule together, there would be some who could take teach advisory and some who wouldn't. But if you put advisory at the end of the day, practices could still start when they were in season at that particular time. When I looked at CASHA and talked to a couple of people who are very familiar with CASHA, that it would not, if athletes are practicing during that last period and we could give them credit for it, is not any different when cheerleading or dance or those classes are offered during the school day. So you can look at it and you can offer some sort of elective credit. It doesn't mean that they will be practicing year-round, but you can also address, this is just coming from a biased perspective, this part is some of the things that we've talked about around individual plans of study and having a time in the day for students to recalibrate and to like focus around their day. So if you added advisory during the day, you could give students the option to start, they could still take 0 hour, and they could still start, and those who chose to could start at 9 or 8. So I don't know what our next slide is.
Well, I just wanted to point out that this would be, I mean, if the board decided to change graduation requirements, this would just be one possible scenario. This wouldn't have to be the scenario. It's just one possibility of phasing in that change so that it would have as little impact on students as possible.
Yeah. And the other component is you don't have to tackle all of this at once, but if we added advisory and you had elective credits, you could leave graduation requirements the same. Students would just have more opportunity for electives. If you reduced it, it would just give students more flexibility in their schedule, in their day. I was just putting all the information out there, and you can decide around that, and we could work with the counselors and administration to make sure that all of these things are actually true. We believe they are, but there's always some exceptions. So possible schedule could look like this. 0 hour, if you started at 0 hour, you would still start at 8 o'clock. And then you would, if you wanted to end your day at 3:07, because we have students right now who start at 0 hour and at 7 and they are finished at like 2. Right now, we have several students who do that. So all of those options and flexibility would still be available. The one thing that we would definitely have to be more prescriptive around if we are trying to limit the number of times that student athletes or students in activities that practice right after school, their advisory would have to be in that 7-period day so that practices could start at that time. We also recognize there are several students who work. There are work-study options and work ways to get credit through work. I know that there are students who do that. I didn't explore it, but that would also be an option for students who needed to leave for work if they wanted to get credit for their work, or they can just start on the same schedule, earlier schedule to end early enough to be released for work.
And again, Anna's mentioned it a couple of times. Dr. Stubblefield has mentioned it a couple of times, but advisory could be at different points in the school day. It would not have to be at the end of the day. It can be at different points.
And I know I've not messed with a high school schedule in a while. Some of that flexibility, we would have some growing pains. We're not negating that. There would be an impact on class size. We're not negating that. But some of it, we would just have to, you would have to see how students are enrolling and what classes are, and balancing classes and dealing with some of those types of challenges, although there would be more, is not abnormal for what administrators do every year, just depending on what's offered and what the demand of the courses are and how they matched up. And administrators, if I'm misspeaking, you can throw a rock up here or stand up and tell me anytime. So before we move to questions, I just want to be clear that I have been a part of this conversation probably the last 3 years, and what has been clear to me is that students, parents, and teachers, when we looked at the teachers' response, people want options. There is a way to provide options, and not to say for those students who are like, I don't want to go later, I want the current schedule, you can do that. In our recommendation, we're recommending that the start time is moved to 9, and then you put advisory in there and give students flexibility. Another option or consideration is to leave everything the same and let students who want to start the school day at 9, they can have that option. And you don't mess with transportation because you don't offer it for the 7 o'clock 0 hour, the 9 o'clock 0 hour. That would give us some information about how many students would actually take that option and if we need to shift transportation because it needed to be supported. We, with first student, we can tell them in May that we need to change the bus tier. It's not going to necessarily give parents a lot of information on the front end, but first student has always said as long as they know by like May or June, they can make it happen. Then students who are rolling in that tier of 9 o'clock know that they are choosing to have a 6-period day, and as long as they don't fail any courses, they would just be having a 6-period day for all 4 years. So there are options to meet the multiple responses that I know the board members have gotten, that I received when I was on the late start committee. So our recommendation is to move. We move the Board of Education approve the implementation plan for a late start for high school at 9 a.m. to begin with the 2021 school year. And that 9 a.m. does not mean you have to move transportation or you have to do anything. You can add a 9 a.m. option and control what that looks like. You can say it's 9 a.m. and we're going to treat it like we treat 0 hour. Students and families are responsible for their transportation. It'll give us some time to gather some data, and you can add layers, or you can, which I would recommend, I am being biased, to put advisory in the day because we've heard for many years that we need advisory at our high school. You can do both at the same time and not mess with transportation. And administration, we would work to support them with whatever is happening with the schedule to mitigate disruptions for students as much as possible.
So can you clarify that again about if they start at 9 o'clock, they can end at 6?
If they start at 9 o'clock, so let's say next year a freshman, we didn't do anything with graduation requirement. If a freshman decided, I'm going to start at 9 o'clock, and we left the graduation requirements at 23, they're putting themselves on a trajectory, if they decide to do 9 o'clock every year, to not have a lot of wiggle room for electives. They're eliminating one class period each year or one course each year. So they have less flexibility. So we would just have to make sure that parents who exercise that option were aware of how many opportunities to gain credits that was creating for the students. As Rick showed you, we have 23 credits that's a requirement, and students, you can get that, you can still graduate on time. You just, depending on what tier you chose, you would just be choosing your trajectory on how much you have to take later. Now, if you choose a 9 o'clock option, your freshman year or first semester, there's no reason you couldn't switch it up second semester if you wanted to go to 8 or at a 0 hour. You could, that kind of flexibility with 0 hour classes exists now. I'm looking for, students can say, I'm in a 0 hour, no, I'm gonna go to 8 o'clock. They have that kind of flexibility now. So that wouldn't be out the norm, but adding another layer, I wholeheartedly acknowledge for those who enroll and keep track of enrollment, it'll be a few more students exercising a few more options, but that's what we heard from the committee. That's what we heard from parents is our students and our teachers and our families want options that work best for their family. Where we get hung up is where will you offer transportation? Because then that impacts those families who are using transportation to get to school, and on the back end, when you have to go to activities and those.
So is that why this recommendation is worded that way, because of the transportation piece? I guess
This was
that's what I'm
worded
curious about.
because of transportation piece, and then in reflection and some conversations this morning during board rehearsal, Dr. Lewis was like, could we do a 9 o'clock option if we left transportation alone? And I was like, technically, yes, so.
Because I'm just curious, I mean, I'm much more supportive and kind of enthusiastic about what you're sort of articulating now than I am about just going to a 9 o'clock start time. So I guess for me, I'd want this recommendation to be tweaked a little bit to really firm up that there would be flexibility and that it wouldn't be just a 9 o'clock start time that may or may not work given, a school's desire to do it. So I'd want there to be some clarity that there could still be.
So I guess we would just tweak it to say, I move the Board of Education to approve the implementation plan for option, a 9 o'clock option in addition to what already exists for students who would like to.
So just to be clear, essentially what you're saying is really that would be giving families 3 options. A start time, I won't say a start time, but yes, essentially a start time at 7 with students getting out at 2:30. 8 o'clock, which they're getting out at 3, and then a 9 o'clock will be getting out at 4.
What did you say about, can you say the first option again?
But still the 7 o'clock, current 0-hour time, 7 to, I think it's 2:30.
Yeah, and those who, in that scenario, those who chose the 9 o'clock option would just be recognizing that they're eliminating, that they're reducing their schedule. They're basically in a 6-period day.
And if a freshman did decide to do the 9 o'clock, sophomore year, they still could do at
They can do
8
it.
o'clock
Do it the
or
second
7.
semester is what.
So if we just added a 9 o'clock option, and you're talking about a 6-period day, they would go from 9 to 3.
Yeah, and wouldn't necessarily, like, just how we determine who teachers who teach 0-hour, now, it wouldn't change the teacher's day or schedule. Now, I do want to be transparent to get fully funded. For a student, there has to be 360 minutes, and when we run it through the calculations, we may just be a little short, so some students may be 0.9 instead of 1.0. But until we actually do the audit, right, Kathy, we wouldn't know the exact minutes.
Yeah, we would want to know that.
Yeah, it would. If we add that option, but it's no different than students now, like, we can figure out the minutes and run it and let you know, but it's no different than those students now who enroll in the 0-hour and leave 6th-hour now. That's an option now.
Miles?
Yeah, I think as I'm a student, so as I take a 0-hour, so so if you're starting at 0-hour, like 0-hour is like 7 to 2:13, and you have 8 o'clock to 3, and then you have 9 to 4.
No, 9 to 3.
9 to 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. I think that the 9 to 3, you don't have bus transportation, just like how 0-hour doesn't have bus transportation. But then at 8 o'clock, you have bus transportation because that's just a general start time. I think that's fine. I think that's a good idea.
So I have a few comments that I wanted to share, but I want to ask a question or maybe provide some feedback first. So I'm intrigued by this idea, but I got to tell you, if we're going to do this, we're going to have to do a much better job with our enrollment process for students at the high school. I have a high school freshman this year, and I got my first communication from the high school about enrollment forms that were supposed to be due on Friday. I got an email on Wednesday. And I didn't even know, the first I saw of his enrollment forms was, I said, hey, do you have enrollment forms? I think I'm supposed to sign them based on this email. And he said, oh, yeah, they're in my backpack. And he pulled them out. I hadn't seen them before. We'd had no conversations. There was no information provided to parents. I know because I've heard all of you talk about all these options we have, but as a parent, I have received zero information about any of that. And so I'm really hesitant about kind of just saying, yeah, let's try this, because my experience in enrolling under our current system this year has been not super transparent, I guess. So, so I have some concerns about that. But so I'm not saying I wouldn't be supportive of doing this at some point, but I do have that concern. Kind of on a broader perspective, I want to share some thoughts with the board. I've been thinking about this a lot since our last meeting. You know, when we adopted the motion back in January of this year to create the staff implementation committee, the language in that motion essentially said that we wanted staff to develop a plan to implement later high school start times that were presented by the high school advisory committee, and that they were going to take 12 months, over the next 12 months to work on that and then come back to the board, along with working with our director of communication to inform stakeholders of the rationale and benefits of this change. The language of the recommendation from the start time committee referenced some of the things that you referenced. It talked about broader issues, making sure that we recognize that the community is calling for an array of options to meet their needs. Recommend that the staff committee continue to, that committee, that the high school advisory start time committee continue to meet to look at broader issues, including but not limited to staggered start times, which is what this would reflect. School redesign, a later start time but not a later ending time, extended school year and or seminar to be implemented in August 2020. So here's the point I want to make more broadly. So we did that in January 2019. And then in March of 2019, we had 4 of our schools come to us and ask for our approval for them to apply to be school redesign schools. We gave them that approval. They were accepted to the program. And on June 10th of this year, we gave board approval to their participation after they had been approved to participate in the program, Free State High School and our 3 elementary schools. So one of the things I'm really struggling with this conversation at this point in time is that we have made this commitment to Free State High School back in June. And then that design team came to the board at our November 11th meeting and presented about the work that they're doing and basically asked us whether we would commit to allow them to continue that work for the rest of the school year and not put parameters around what they are doing. And we, the 5 of us who were here at that meeting, gave them that commitment. And that, so, you know, in my mind, the commitment that we made to them was that we were not going to preempt that teacher-led work that those teams are doing by board action during this school year until they are done with that process, which really isn't slated to be wrapped up until May. The direction that we gave to our staff back in January and the commitment that we have made to Free State High School's redesign team, I think are in conflict. And in some ways, you know, if you want to look at the timeline of how we have directed staff, we really superseded ourselves, I believe, when we made that commitment to Free State High School in June, and then again reconfirmed that this November. So, and it was one of the reasons why I asked at the last board meeting when we talked about this, I asked the question about the redesign team and whether they had been a part of these conversations with staff. And I appreciate Mr. Graber sharing with me the perspective from his perspective as the school leader there of what that might mean. I got asked the question about it by a teacher, and so I just said, you know, I really wish we had heard from the redesign team. And so the redesign team leaders actually sent the board an email. I got it about a week ago, and through just a miscommunication, it didn't get forwarded to y'all, I think, until today. But hopefully you all had a chance to read it. And they really did emphasize to a great deal that they're not opposed to making a start time change, but they really want to make sure that it's in alignment with the work that they're doing, and that we not, by whatever action we take as a board, we not put those parameters on them in their work that we promised not to put on them. You know, so I'm really struggling with where we're at.
So do you feel like if we
added a 9 o'clock option versus changing start time to 9 o'clock, that would alleviate the concern, or do you think?
It might, although I think that the proposal about changing graduation credits and adding advisory steps on their toes in a big way. And so I'm really, well, but I'm saying that from the perspective of not just seeing the redesign work that we're doing in our district, but having seen what other schools across the state are doing and what the real purpose of this process is and what the freedoms are that you're supposed to be giving to your staff in this process when it's teacher-led. And I guess I'm just really unwilling to step on their toes. And I feel like that is what we would be doing. You know, as Anna acknowledged, or as Dr. Stubblefield acknowledged, I'm sorry, you know, the survey data around this is all over the place. We actually have, I went back through all of the survey data that we had collected back in January, the survey data that we looked at the last meeting, and then we were provided with some additional survey data that was gathered at Free State High School recently. So there's this issue about school redesign, but then there's also this issue that we have not convinced our community that this is a good idea. We haven't. I mean, when you have 80+% of you know, the 794 people that responded to this latest survey at Free State High School saying that they think it's a bad idea and they don't want us to do it, whether we think that's right or wrong as a matter of the science, we have to pay attention to that. I'm especially concerned about all of the feedback I've received from staff. And I know that what we should be doing is always focusing on what's best for students, but I would argue that by acknowledging the feelings and concerns of our staff, that we are in fact doing what's best for students. You know, we've struggled with we struggle with teacher retention right now. We have morale issues that we hear about here and there. There were a lot of responses. If you read through the comments of that latest survey, there were a lot of responses from teachers that said, I will leave this district if you do what you're proposing to do. And we can't afford to lose one good teacher. There's not a pipeline of new people big enough to fill the holes. And so, you know, whether that is, you know, goes against the science, and, you know, no, it's not a reason to ignore the science, but what it tells me is that it is a reason for us to think about the job that we have done of bringing along our staff and students with this decision and look at that very critically, and I don't think we've done that job very well.
So I guess Dr. Stubblefield,
So-
I want to have a, oh, sorry.
So I have one more thing I'm going to say, and then I will stop. I just wanted to get it all out there at the beginning. You know, some of those comments in that survey also referenced school redesign and said, you know, things like, everyone should have options. I'm overall in favor of this, but let the school redesign team take care of this instead of doing a blanket change at this time. And I think that resonates with me because of what I mentioned already about how I feel the board's commitment is to what we have said that we're going to do. So I think, you know, I'm going to offer an alternative motion tonight. No, I'm going to make a motion in place of the motion that's in the attachment or this one.
Now or after we finish conversation?
Yeah.
Well, I'll wait, although,
Wait for-
you know, as a matter of procedure, I could make the motion now and ask for a second, and we can continue to discuss the whole issue and my motion on the basis of my motion. If I wait and somebody else makes a different motion, then I don't get the opportunity to make the motion, right?
If we do not finish the conversation before you make the motion and you cut that off, I want to be very clear that I will not support your motion.
I understand what I'm saying. What I want to make clear, though, is
That's a tactic.
I want to make sure that you all know what the content of the motion is that I would make.
you're saying.
Right.
I don't support that.
Motion, yeah.
Okay, Kelly, I don't mean to upset you, but what I was trying to say, I was trying to say that procedurally, I'm okay with waiting, but what I was trying to explain is that if I wait, there is that is a part of board procedure that somebody else could step in and make a motion before I get the opportunity.
Anyone else plan to make a motion?
So I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to suggest as another alternative. I'm going to suggest.
Without making a motion, right?
I'm not making a motion. I'm just going to suggest that we consider that we not change the official start time this year, that we reaffirm our commitment to the school redesign work and allow the Free State team to complete that work and make their recommendation and their report to the board about what they plan to do or what they would like to do. And then we have the discussion about what all the things that we have talked about in terms of start time and the science and the options that people are asking for could fit within the context of what they are asking to do. Because once they have completed that work, then we're also going to have the conversation about how whatever the changes they suggest align with how we continue to use the College and Career Center as a joint facility along with Lawrence High. So there's kind of this rolling effect of whatever Free State decides to do. And maybe the design team comes to us and says, you know what, we don't want to make any radical changes to the school schedule, and that's fine, but I don't want to preempt their opportunity to do that. So that is my concern. And the other thing I wanted to add to that is that in the motion that I would make, I would ask for some special attention to be paid to the issue of the 0-hour offerings at Lawrence High, because I think that's an equity issue that has come up through this conversation that we haven't adequately addressed yet. And I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, so I wanted to know, essentially, we are not changing the official start time.
No.
We're adding a 9 o'clock start time. We have the 7. So essentially, if we offer those classes and we don't have enough students to enroll in a 9 p.m. or a 7 p.m.,
unlike the 0 hour where teacher schedule has to shift, if teachers are teaching on the 7 to 2:13, they still would do that. If they're teaching the 8 to 3:05, they would do that. The students just would choose to come at 9, so the students and the families would be making a choice about their school day. And there are some students who are on a different type of school day. It's not like, as Shannon stated, we don't advertise that, but there are some students who come at 9 o'clock now. It's just not broadly advertised.
Yeah.
We just would be officially saying, because
adding
we
the 9
base some decisions, we base decisions on the individual needs of students, and that has been communicated. So it's probably not wildly used, but it would just be clearly communicating that if you can get your child to school at 9, here are the implications. So I understand what Shannon is saying, but it would not change what the redesign team is, because all of the things, we just would be officially saying, if you want your student to start at 9, they could start at 9. If redesign came back and said, we're doing X, Y, Z, whatever is going to happen with redesign, we're not shifting the parameters. We're just saying students have an option to start at 9 o'clock. If they choose that option, they're making choices already when they choose to go 0 hour or 8 o'clock about what they can take at the College and Career Center, what their day looks like. Like, they're making all of those things are true right now, and just officially saying, okay, you can have a 6-period day instead of a 7-period day, and here are the implications. It should not, and if I'm wrong, I'm looking at the redesign team, it should not impact what they are planning to do. Because whatever they plan to do, a student still could say, I need a different type of day, and we would, with either through IEPs or 504s or just SIP plans, adjust and accommodate the schedule. It's like students who graduate at semester.
Is it possible the design is centered around student and teacher, teacher-driven?
Is it possible to have members of the redesign team address their concerns? I mean, specifically about whether or not if we added a 9 o'clock that would be boxing you in some way? Because I feel like
Come up to the mic, then they can hear you.
I'm a little torn on that one. I don't know that that's true, and so I want some information from you all about.
But while you're doing that, let's keep in mind there's another high school, Lawrence High School, that's
Right.
not going through this process. So we're
Yes,
making
absolutely.
decisions for both of them.
That's right.
Which essentially this option does.
So specifically addressing the 9 o'clock time, just having flexible options does not preclude any of the work that we would want to do in redesign. But being boxed in and not being able to continue offering a 7 o'clock 0 hour would. Because we have students that are saying that that is what they want. They want to have flexible start and end times.
So if we added a 9 o'clock option, but kept the 7 and 8,
Correct.
you would feel like you were still, had your flexibility that you needed.
Can you address the 6 period plus advisory part of the proposal?
Right, and that's the one area that I think the three of us were wanting to make sure that there remains flexibility with that as well. So if there were to be some kind of an advisory option added here, as long as that is not dictated into what has to go into that advisory period, that would still fit within redesign. But as soon as it starts getting filled with some kind of a mandated activity or curriculum or anything that has to happen in there, then that would conflict with what we see happening in redesign, because we have had conversations in redesign about doing something with some kind of a block during the day that would address student success skills, balance within the schedule, interventions as needed, that kind of thing. We want that to remain flexible. Does that answer?
Yeah, that's very helpful, actually. Thank you.
I think it allows us to, whatever you call it, and we wouldn't want to box you in and say you have to do this, but I think it allows us to, if the board remembers a KESA report, the area that we have to strengthen is our individual plan of study. And I heard that from students too, that they wanted that time to really just take a break almost, but allow them to really focus on the individual plans of study as well.
So I have a question and quite a few comments. But in terms of the busing, right, so if we move the busing to 9 o'clock, it saves us $100,000. We spend a lot of time on this board bemoaning the fact that we don't have enough money. So and in terms of how you're conceptualizing this, is the busing at 9 o'clock? Are we keeping the busing at 8?
If we were leaving all things the same, busing would stay at 8, because if you move it to 9, you're essentially saying if you ride the bus, you have to take a 6-period day. And so you're making a decision for families who rely on the bus that they may not necessarily make. I'm just saying.
I have
We are saying we're not going to extend the day.
Sure.
follow-up question to that, and then it's related, and then I thought I saw on the slide where you start at 9 and then there's this 4:05 ending time. So could you start at 9 and do seven periods instead of 6?
Then that changes that's stretching the teaching staff to.
Okay,
to
that's what I
the-
wanted to get. Okay, thank you.
Like that, I think would complicate it and stretch the teaching staff, and that will just create some unintended consequences by stretching.
In the slide where you have this 0 hour to advisory starting at 8 and ending at 4:05, that's like.
Yeah, so
that-
if we just added a 9 o'clock option, you just would push 0, you would move it up
That's
to end
assuming.
at
Okay,
3:07.
thank you.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, you would still have a 7-period day, and you would still have a 7-period day for those students that are starting at 8 o'clock?
Yes.
Even if you added advisory?
Advisory would just be one of the 7 periods.
Would it be required?
But we don't have to vote on adding
So
advisory.
that
That is
honestly,
something that.
just truthfully, yeah. So when we originally wrote this, and after discussion, the report was up, and then we had several conversations afterwards. So you could take advisory off the table, just being transparent. Advisory has been discussed in negotiations.
Right.
That, adding it to the day is similar what we did to the middle school this current year. It does not require, like administratively, it doesn't change anything in the master agreement. So we technically could work with the staff and do it. It just becomes either an elective or not. Like, it will be a determination of whether we give students credit for it. So you could separate that, because that doesn't have to be connected to this in the scenario where we're not extending the day. The reason we put it in when we were talking about extending the day was to minimize the number of core instructional minutes that students who may have been leaving for athletics and activities would have missed. They would have missed advisory more often instead of like math or science.
On negotiations, and to Shannon's point about not kind of getting into the weeds too much on mandating things, I feel like that's got to come out of the conversation, and that's got to be kind of put on hold.
So, few comments. If kids can do, do 9 o'clock and get out at 3 something, I think that's going to be a really popular option for kids. I think they're going to want to do that. There's a lot of high school students here. I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know. And kids are stressed. They have way too much stuff to do. And one way you can manage stress was more sleep. And I'm not going to talk about the science tonight because I talked about that a bunch. But we do have kids who are struggling to stay awake in class. How many of you have seen people nod off in your classes? And they're doing that because you're not getting enough sleep. So here's what they're doing. Red Bull. And sometimes they're doing more than one a day. This is the kind of stuff they're doing to stay awake. That stuff in itself is really bad. You combine it with a lack of sleep, and that's really unhealthy for kids. So, but I think so if what you're saying is there would be a 9 o'clock option and the kids could do 6 periods, I think that would relieve a lot of that stress. I think it would be also really positive because it's one less final you have to do. It's one less bit of homework you have to do. And so I think that would be really positive. That's, in my view, this is sort of a win-win. I think that, I don't think it is going to address the equity issues in 0 hour at Lawrence, and again, I know Free State's really well represented here, but we do have to pay attention to Lawrence High School as well. So, if the board is okay with not saving the $100,000 and just adding the option of 9 o'clock and allowing kids the option that, yes, there's a cost, there's one less elective. But, with that one less elective, maybe you're a little more likely to pass your core classes. So, I would be, certainly okay with the 9 o'clock option. I think that it serves those kids really well. For the kids who really want to do 8 o'clock, I don't see any reason they couldn't do 6 periods as well. And if somebody wants to do 7 o'clock, well, I don't quite get that, but okay. That's the choice. If that's the motion, I would certainly support it. I think it'd be really good for kids. I think giving them the options is fine. I think allowing them to take fewer classes is going to be a really positive.
Kelly?
Can I,
Go ahead, Jen.
And Rick, you and I both served on the advisory.
Whatever that one
I
is.
forgot what it's called. I don't know, the
Yeah.
start time
Right.
group. I think we met for, I don't know, what felt like a year, maybe it was 9 months. And we spent a lot of time discussing things, and I guess I just want to bring up a different point. What we did hear from staff and parents that there was a clear concern from a segment that needed school to get out at a certain time because they had either students had jobs or they needed the eldest student to pick up the younger kids. And there was a single parent family that was represented, and basically they needed to drop their kids off before they got to work, and they couldn't wait to, it couldn't be a 9 o'clock thing. So I like the flexibility if this is going to be built in, because there were family hardships, stories that we heard, and to be boxed into just a 9 o'clock makes me uncomfortable for a big segment of our population. A lot of our staff also expressed, if we start at 9, we're not going to get done till now, and I've got kids in middle school and grade school, and it's just not workable for some families. So if there is this flexibility where 9 o'clock is an option, I think that does work. I like the idea that a student, kind of like Redesign, can design their own day. We've got students that like to start at 7 o'clock because they can get out at 2:30, and work, or maybe get their homework done and go back for a sport, and it gives them balance. So if we have that flexibility with 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock is a different option, and you can design your own day, that makes sense to me. I know it's not the perfect solution, but it's something that I could agree with. I mean, I know where you're coming from, and I know we talked about it for a long time.
Well, I talked about last time, there is no perfect solution, there's no perfect time. I would hope that we would do this tonight, because I think a lot of people would be satisfied with it. And if you don't do it tonight, then it's probably not going to happen.
I've got a clarifying question. So if students are allowed to take, it would be from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, would that mean that a student could also take then 8 o'clock to
That's what I was
1 o'clock, right? Or 7 o'clock to noon? So you're saying,
So I would say those kind of options, we don't know the financial impact, because you are funded based off 360 minutes. So originally, my recommendation would be to see the number of students that enroll in the 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock option, because I do think we would have to be intentional about layering options for students to, as they were talking about with the Alternative Options Committee, to do some online coursework so that we won't financially be hit, because we would if they don't have 360 minutes of, But we don't want to make this, we want to do what's best for students, but we also have to be financially, fiscally responsible around what that looks like, and making sure that we take that into consideration. So I would not, I know there's always unique circumstances, especially if they're working from 8 to 1 and they're going to work. There's a way to calculate the work-study credit stuff. I have not been in high school in a while, so I don't have all the background. But those are some of the things we would need to explore and talk to students about the why, and figure out how we can allow them to obtain credit for those things that they can, so that they could still be a.
Yeah, so I think that, as far as 0 hour goes, I take 0 hour right now, and I think it's a great option for me. It doesn't work for everybody else, but I time manage, and then also I think the workload aspect, as far as homework, also plays a factor in with time, and anytime. It could be 7th hour. It could be 0 hour to 8 o'clock. Start time 9 o'clock. It doesn't matter. Just workload also has to play a factor in that. But it depends on the student. And it works for me, so.
So I do, excuse me, so I want to make sure that if we're talking about, again, allowing a kid to take 6 periods instead of the 7, I want to make sure that the high schools and the counselors fully understand that. And I will tell you that because I had a conversation 2 years ago with a student who was becoming a senior, had 21 credits, and was told, no, you got to take 7. You got to take 7 and 7. And that's what she did, is she took 7 and 7, and parents tried to tell her no, but parents don't really have quite the power as a high school counselor. So I just want to make sure that if this is what we're going to do, that they're really clear that when a kid sends in that enrollment form, the one that Shannon was referencing, and it shows 6 classes, that they're going to be supportive of that and understand that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I want to make sure, we have a couple of patron commentary regarding this. Yes. So Kelly, after Kelly's question, I would
Especially
love,
for the teachers, if they would. I'm sorry, I'll, maybe not, maybe someone else can answer it. So, to the question about advisory, if we don't build in an if the kids have a 6-period day and they don't have an advisory built in, the way that we've heard about in the conversation around needing to structure not just time for individual plans of study development, but also just breaks for their brains, do you feel like that back-to-back 6 hours keeps us in that same train that we've been on, that you all have been talking about getting away from? I mean, I think that's what I'm hearing you talk about through redesign, or that I've been hearing about, is that creating less rigor in time management, more rigor in content by building in breaks. Is that accurate or not quite? I'm wondering about the value of advisory if you have a 6-period day.
So, I mean, it's going to depend somewhat on teacher, ultimately by taking one item off the to-do list, one class. I think Rick was the one who said there's one less test, one less
Okay.
set of homework, that kind of thing. That would address it. I think that every high school teacher is acutely aware of how stressed our students are by not having some kind of break during the day, and it's very much an item that we are trying to address. One of our redesign goals is balance, and that's balance within the school day for students, balance within the school day for staff, and so that's something that we're very cognizant of and trying to find a way to address. So I don't think that there's a high school teacher that would take that, eliminated class period and say, well, let's just cram more into these 6 periods that we have now.
Yeah, I was more wondering if we have built in a structure that actually would go against what you're trying to do by saying that you have this, when you box a kid into 6 credits without that extra 7th hour, I guess is what I'm wondering, if that takes away where your direction.
And I don't know that I could answer that with 100% clarity at this point in time.
Are you
so.
talking about students who start at 9?
Yeah, that start at 9.
It would just totally, if advisory's in the middle of the day, you are basically, because then if they get a credit for it, not really. I mean, they still are taking 6 periods. It's just limiting their options. If it's not a accredited course, you are. If it's a accredited course, either pass, fail, or whatever, you don't have to make it high stakes. You will be giving them some flexibility around it, or you would be exploring how they would acquire the number of credits through other options.
Okay, that answered my question. And then this issue, I don't want to get away from this issue about 0 hour at LHS and versus 0 hour at Free State, where we have 300 students at Free State taking 0 hour and 39 taking them at LHS. I appreciate the spirit, I think, of the board right now is this move to create, to respond to the community in a way that allows for the choice. So with that 7 o'clock time, there is no choice at LHS for students. So how will you address that?
That, Dr. Johnson will come, that honestly is a choice. That's a challenge whether we add the option or not. It really comes down to balancing courses and making sure that Dr. Johnson has all the information, she'll talk about it.
Thank you.
Just taking just a little bit of time to really go back and look at the history of why multiple classes had not been offered. Part of it deals with FTE. There was not enough FTE to be able to staff 0 through 7. And the more 0 hours that were offered, that boosted the numbers at the end of the day, 30 plus.
Okay.
So that's why that change is there.
And so it has to be a balance of the right number of students with the right number of staff in order to have a balance, so you don't increase. Because if you offer a bunch of stuff and you have 8 teachers and each one of them have 10 students.
Or less.
That you're going to feel the impact. So you would just have to have like some minimum, you need to have at least, if the average class size is 23, you need to have at least 23 students who are willing to enroll in that class before it makes.
Can you all look at exploring the opportunities at LHS and
Oh, by all
increasing that?
means.
You're on it.
We're already
Okay,
doing
great.
that.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, thank you so much.
But the other part of this is that in some ways, 8 o'clock is another 0 hour, right? If there's a 9 o'clock option, then kids can still do the 8 o'clock. So it wouldn't balance out 0 hour.
Okay, I see what
But
you're
it would give them a couple of options before the 9 to do that.
Okay.
And if busing is included in the 8, and we should be clear, 8:05.
Okay.
Because that's what we're talking about.
That makes sense to me. I appreciate that. I do want to say, so I have a high school kid that's doing, on paper, it looks like amazing. She's graduating in a week because it's not been amazing. Her homework hours were something like 7 to 8 hours a night sometimes. It had a huge impact on her mental health. I thought it was just her. It turns out it is all of her friends. So as I became quite passionate about this idea about sleep, about late start time, it's really layered in more than that. It was layered in reducing stress, like you have mentioned. I still want the rigor. I still want students working hard. We just have to do it smarter. So if it's not a 9 o'clock start time, if that's not where we're at right now as a community as it relates to sleep science, and we're going to offer these choices in the context of that, we also need to be looking very carefully at practices that are 3 hours a night. Three at every evening, so that our kids that are taking AP classes are staying up until, reporting to us in front of the board, they're staying up until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Please don't take away our 7 o'clock hour. We can't continue to do that. So this is about a broader conversation. The request from the board to make a change is really about creating a space for our kids where they can absorb the content in the way that my kid has without creating this crazy 3.5, 4 years.
At the point, I was going to ask Melissa, before you start the public comment, I've taken some notes about all the stuff that we've been talking about, and I could read through what a proposed motion might look like that encompasses all of that, so that those who are giving public comment can hear what we might be proposing before they go into it.
You can refresh, there should be one in there.
Would that, well, I've actually, this is different than what is in the board packet or on the,
No, I'm saying refresh, it's updated probably 5 minutes ago.
oh, okay. Let me take a look.
While you're doing that, excuse me. So one of my frustrations as a high school parent is I've never really fully understood kind of what they're supposed to do. Kelly and I were talking about this, like, we don't kind of get it. We're parents and we're both board members. So I think that better communication would be really helpful. And and I apologize for fixating on this 6 hour period, 6 period day. If that's truly an option, I think we need to do a really good job of communicating that to our high school students, to our 9th grade students, so that they understand what the options are. Because again, our routine has been 7 classes. Freshman year, 7 classes, sophomore, 7, 7, 7. So if we actually have this option, there's got to be a better way to communicate this to people, because, again, I go back to the young lady I was talking about a couple years ago. She was told she had to take 7. And so I think part of this is the counselors, part of this principals, but I think the larger part is that we need to make it clear that if we go with the 7, 8, 9 o'clock option, that people really understand what that means, that if they take 9 o'clock, they can get out at 3:07. Or, what the other, what the 8 and 7 o'clock options are. So just a plea to really make this clear to folks. Does that make sense? Good, thanks.
And it would need to involve probably, I don't know what the deadlines are at Lawrence High, but at Free State, it's been communicated to students that they had to have their enrollment forms turned in last Friday. So we've already.
I just want to ask some clarification around that.
That's not.
Rick, Myron, is it actually enrollment? Because I didn't think anyone was enrolling before.
It was advertised that way to students, and it says it on the form.
I understand that, and it says that. It's actually the first of a three-part series, because one of the things that we have to do is we have to do a better job with our individual plans of study, and that becomes very evident. And in the past, we have not gotten good information, and we haven't been able to, honestly, and some of our students here, they look at that and they don't take it very seriously. I got to fill this out, I got to turn this in, and then we try to create schedules out. So this is a part of a three-part series. This is the first part. Yes, we wanted a form turned in so we can find out where some of the errors are, because we have lots of errors in some of our information. That helps us identify those. That helps us gives us feedback. That helps each student develop their individual plan of study. So that's what this is about. So we're putting way too much emphasis on a piece of paper that was turned in at a date, and that's probably our communication problem, and we'll own that. I don't have any problem with that, okay? So it is a three-step process so that we can develop our individual plans of study, because before, that has not been done with the fidelity that it needs to be done with. So that's really what that's about.
That's helpful clarification, thanks.
Yep.
I think that, I looked at the updated motion, Dr. Lewis. I actually think I would add some things to it. So what the updated motion in Board Docs says is that I move the Board of Education, and I'm not making a motion. I move the Board of Education approve the implementation of a 9 a.m. start time option in addition to our current time in an effort to provide staggered start times to begin with the 2020-2021 school year. I think that I would add some things to that. I would want to include, and I have it written out, so I won't read the whole thing, but include reaffirming our commitment to the redesign efforts at Free State. We talked about that. We did it as kind of a consensus thing. I'd like to make it a part of the motion if the board is amenable to that. And then adding that we direct that we have the 9 a.m. late start time to be added for the purpose of allowing greater choices for students, with the understanding that students would have a 6-period day, and with the understanding that further information will need to be gathered to understand whether that meets the full-time funding requirement, because we've talked about how we want to know more about that to make sure that we're not. So I wanted to capture that in the motion, and then finally I had added a piece about directing some further investigation into the 0-hour course offerings at Lawrence High School to create a plan to bring some equity to those. That's what I would include in the motion if I made the motion that I took notes on.
So as a
Very long motion.
It is a long motion, but I think I want it to be less squishy,
But I
right?
definitely feel like the 6 period should be added, with the option of 6, but I don't know.
So we're just.
But we're not, I feel like we've been, I know this is part of our discussion, and I feel like we're kind of circling around and we haven't given our patrons, mostly our scholars, an opportunity to come up and speak. So I would like to do that at this time. I will call Wendy Kamori, and as you come up, I will read the audience participation. Do I still have to read it, Julie? Yes, okay. The USD 497 Board of Education welcome patron comments and thanks you for taking the time to talk to us about policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or students will be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you are not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so the district staff or the board can follow up with you with any specific concerns you may have. Please try to limit your comments to 5 minutes. Thank you. Window. I think I said Wendy. I apologize.
Either one.
either one.
I'll try this one.
Okay, so I am a freshman student at Free State High School, and I would like to start off by saying thank you for allowing the public to always be able to speak at these meetings, and I appreciate your guys' intent for making the start times or at least trying to fix something in the system. So I'm personally against this notion for starting the school times later. I think it kind of started by like all these surveys that we had to take. I was being asked to put my race and ethnicity, and I wasn't quite sure. Like I was never like told. Like I would ask people, and they're like, oh, they wanted to know that like how many of like this certain race, and I was like, well, are they gonna like if all like for say like Native American students wanted to start school later, like are they gonna have the Native American students start later? I didn't understand that. And I also wasn't aware that there were going to be options. I was just, all I knew was that it was either school starts at 8 or school starts at 9. So I was just, that part kind of was a little bit shaky in the beginning, I feel like. And then I would also like to say I'm against this because my personal schedule would be like changing a lot because we already have like, my sister plays, I only have one sibling, an older sibling, and she plays basketball. And so she's already having like practices like 2 hours after school every day. And like that's not even considering if she has a basketball game, then she's leaving school early. We don't even get home until 11. And just saying like that, like I'm getting home, I'm up till 4 a.m. trying to do homework and like all these projects that were assigned. And I would also like to mention that I asked a lot of my teachers about how they felt about like just genuinely like how would it affect your schedule if school started later. And most of them told me that like it needs to like it's really all about what's happening inside of the classrooms rather than like anything that can just be said to like, okay, if we do this, then I think then it'll make such a great impact. It's really about what's going on in the classrooms. And I appreciated the personal story from Ms. Kelly Jones. I am one of those students who is going to bed at 4 a.m. every night because I'm trying to finish projects and like not even like homework, just like busy work that I wasn't able to finish in class because like I can hardly focus with so many people like just being distracting or like so many times like the teachers had to stop and like threaten us because like we're being too loud and I'm not even being that loud. And I would also the cycle, I feel like the cycle, like in my opinion, the whole cycle of if we're really talking about students getting sleep, that for me personally doesn't even work. Like on Wednesdays, I know on Tuesday nights, I do not go to bed earlier with the intent of getting more sleep. I go to bed even later because I know that I'll have more project time to finish because I know that school starts at 9 on Wednesdays. And I feel like this cycle won't change. Students are, if classes do start later, and I created this argument without knowing that there would be options. So if school started later, then like I wouldn't, I feel like students would, if school started later, students wouldn't be under the impression that they would be able to get more sleep. They would be like, oh, school starts later, I'm just going to sleep later. And the cycle would just continue, just possibly at different just time intervals. And I'm also a student who does orchestra, and I'll let the orchestra kids kind of give their argument on that. But it also really does like heavily affect the arts program. And my orchestra teacher is one of the teachers who's like, I'm seeking a job outside of the district if those school start times change because it's just going to clash with my personal schedule. And so I just, those are some ways that like I know the school start and end times would be changing or like how they would affect me personally. And I also think that, let me think. I would also like to recommend that like with these surveys that we were taking for like, I just didn't feel like as I know I mentioned it earlier, but I just didn't feel like educated enough on why we were taking these surveys. And because like a bunch of half the teachers didn't even like know why. They're just like, hey, we're given this survey it's about this, like take it. And it like, again, like there weren't, especially in the most recent survey, it was just you want school to start at 8 or 9 and then comments. Like it wasn't very, it was not a very like informed survey. I didn't know what kind of an impact it would have, which is why I wrote like a 500 and something word like paragraph to go with it. I was one of those students who wrote like that. And also I'd like to mention that like I know someone up here brought up the point. Oh, that's my timer. I'd like to mention that like a lot of students were taking these drinks to keep them awake, and that's because like we have so much work to do and so much. I think if we really want to change something, I would really wish that it would be the amount of work that we're getting in the classroom, because that's the reason I'm not getting enough sleep. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Burdick.
Either one.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, boy, okay. So I wrote this four-page speech under the impression that the whole school time, it would stick with the 7 hours and it would just be pushed back an hour, and so school would end at 4. I was not aware that there was the option that it would only require 6 hours. I didn't know that was going to be happening. So I think that...
Us either.
Really? Okay. Well, so maybe if we could pull back to the students and ask them what they think, because I think this is a much better plan than just scooting it back 7 hours. I still feel like I might be against it because I feel like the sports times and the activities times and the extracurriculars might cause the sleep times to not be affected. And like what she was saying, I feel like students will just stay up later because they'll have that extra hour. And while shortening the school times might pull out that extra 45, 50 minutes from the sleep schedule and pull out extra homework and assignments, I'm not entirely sure that it will pull it back so that'll be still the full 8 hours of sleep. Because a lot of people have been saying, I've been staying up till 3 a.m., I've been staying up till 4 a.m., I'm not sure if pulling 1 hour out is going to shrink that to go back to, say, 8 p.m. sleep times. And that's, what most people say is the best time to start going to bed. So I'm not sure if pulling just 1 hour out will entirely do that. I think a much better option is to lower the amount of homework that we have in classes rather than just pull an hour out and hope that'll work. And also the staff leaving due to this time change, that has been incredibly concerning to me, because just this last week I was talking to a bunch of teachers about their thoughts and opinions on this. It was mostly very negative, but also I don't think that they were thinking of the 6 hour instead of 7 hour. But one of the teachers that I really like and who I might be with next year and who lives on my street and is an incredible teacher, and I really like her and I look up to her, she said that she would leave if this motion was passed. And if we are focusing on individuals and how they can do better in school, I'm not sure if that'll be the best thing to do, because I know it will have a negative impact on myself. So, yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. We have Mike Evans.
Hey, there's Big Mike.
My name is Mike Evans. I am a CTE teacher at Lawrence High. I was at Free State the last few years. I moved to Lawrence High. I also coach at Free State. Last year I coached 3 sports at Free State. This new concept that showed up today makes me feel a little better about this. My big concern would be activities, whether it be sports or band, choir, all those things that require after-school activities, debate, all those things, because I know that no other school in the Sunflower District will be changing, which means all of our kids and teachers will be missing more hours, which your theory on saving $100,000 I'm not buying into, because you got to pay more for subs, and you still got to pay for your 3 extra buses. I'm not buying, because I know for a fact that track alone, each school uses 3 buses, which means they're still going to have to rent extra buses, and they're still going to have to bus out early, and it's still going to be a problem. Not buying that one at all. I do, however, like the idea of adding the option, but I do think it's a problem if you don't allow every one of them to do that 6 hours. Otherwise, you're going to run into the same problem where everybody just wants to go from the shortest amount of time period anyway. So if you're going to allow that, you've got to be able to allow the people who want to be there in the morning to take the 6 hours also, which then comes into your whole problem of your minutes, and I don't know how all that works, but that's something you definitely want to look at before you just say, yes, we want to do this, and then find out it doesn't work, and then everybody's hosed. So that's my big concern. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Erin Rahija? Hopefully I said that correct. Rahia.
Hi, my name is Erin Rahia. I am a junior at part-time enrolled at Free State High School. I do most of my school online at Lawrence Virtual School, but I do take a couple classes at Free State, and I did my freshman and sophomore year full-time there. I didn't actually know we were going to be allowed to talk at these, so I didn't really prepare anything, but so I hope this isn't too scattered. I just wanted to start by saying that I really appreciated Miss Kelly's personal sharing about her experiences with her child or her student. Last year when we kind of started talking about this in our actual classrooms, in my English class we were asked to write an essay about our personal opinions and a research essay. And during this research, I learned that the average American high school student has about 3 hours of homework per night. And like Miss Kelly was saying, her student has been having 6 to 7 hours of homework per night. And personally, I find that unacceptable. I think that is the real, if you take school from 8 to 3 or 9 to, well, what we had thought before was that it was going to be 9 to 4, but if that's not the case, still, it's if you have so much work to do, there's only so many hours in a day, and you're cramming the exact same amount of time, you're just shifting it over a little bit, which is why I was against the just switch it 1 hour forward in the first place. But now that I am hearing that we have options, I think that adding options could be really effective, but definitely not taking away anything current. But I think that when the whole point of this discussion is to save teenagers sleep and save teenagers mental health difficulties, it is more important to attack the problem at the source instead of kind of coming up with somewhat of a Band-Aid solution to cover over that. Personally, I struggled a lot with that during my time at Free State, and that's part of the reason why I transitioned to the virtual school environment, because there is a lot more flexibility, and it's just, there's less busy work, and it's just more concise than the public school environment. Yeah, so I think what I would really just want to leave with you is that it's, personally to me, I value attacking the problem at the source, which is the workload that is placed on students, instead of the times that they are doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I think. So we have a group: Elijah, Micah, Sophia, Olivia, Chloe.
Hello, everyone. I'm Elijah, and this is just a small portion of the Free State Orchestra program. So mainly, our main concern here is the whole 6 hours. We really appreciate the idea of that students need more sleep, because that is a fact. Students are not getting enough sleep at night. There are nights I won't go to sleep until 1, 2, not because I'm putting off my homework. I'm doing it from 3 to 1. Our main concern is that if we break it down to 6 hours, it's not that students might be getting just a little more sleep, but they'll also be losing an hour, an elective that a lot of students want. And the homework isn't coming from that extra elective that we're dropping. The homework is coming from the required classes, the English, math, social studies, classes that are required. Dropping that one elective is going to make students drop orchestra, drop ceramics, photography, subjects that they love, but they just don't have time. There are required classes that we need to take, and just dropping an elective, it's not gonna, like, we raised hands in orchestra, and at least a third of the students said that they would have to drop orchestra. And with the, it's not that, well, that they would drop orchestra. And then with only 6 hours, a lot of counselors are going to be like, you see, orchestra, you're doing it for fun. You need to take this if you want to do this. You need the 4 main ones, and then students are also taking languages. They're also pursuing their future careers. They don't have time for the break that they need in the day, which is their 7th elective. And we just wanted to come up here and just share our opinion that this could kill the art program. Not kill, but it could hurt it a lot.
I think another good point is a lot of like really like driven, successful, like academically inclined students are in like art programs and music programs, specifically like orchestra and stuff. And assuming you push back like the optional start time to 9 o'clock, that decreases like the like mandatory schedule. I assume like you wouldn't be able to put as many like classes like math and stuff in the 8 o'clock like option. So that would like make a squeeze in like that area. And personally, this wouldn't be a problem for me because regarding my elective, which is orchestra, that I like is really important to me. But other students who are in like Philharmonic Orchestra, which is like 6th hour and like or like 5th hour and stuff like that, they wouldn't be able to have the option to take that, especially if they are like AP class student, because there are so few like hour options to take that in the first place. For example, for me personally, next semester, I almost had to drop orchestra, which I've been playing violin for 14 years. And, you know, math and stuff is really, really important to me too. But I feel like I don't have the option to be a strong student academically and artistically already. And so, I mean, now I'm like, and you can't take an IEP for AP classes or else you won't get the AP credit. Which is also really important for like getting scholarships and stuff to be able to afford college. So for me, just speaking from personal experience, like I really had to rearrange my schedule and like I know like I even had to talk to like Mr. Graver and like my counselors and all those people about, I know they like met and like had to like fix my schedule around just to meet that like with the schedule how it is like now. But yeah, I just feel like it would introduce a lot of problems for kids like me who have like a gifted IEP and who are really, you know, artistically, you know, interested and inclined. And yeah.
Yeah, basically, the arts are already being pushed for students to drop them from counselors. They're like, people see the arts as not important classes already. And it's heartbreaking, honestly. And we have 7 hours, and students are already being pushed to drop their art classes. If we had 6, it scares me how much they would push that.
Not only that, but like in a social aspect, if we're talking about mental health, I don't make friends in my math classes. We don't have time to talk to each other. These are my friends. I made them in orchestra. You know, I don't even think I'd have friends if I didn't, if I wasn't in orchestra. So arts.
So I just want to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
totally
So I just want to say one thing. Based on the motion that we have on the table
Mhm.
right now, you would only be in a 6-hour day if you chose to be in a 6-hour day.
Yes.
Yeah, we are not mandating
What I'm-
6. You can take 7.
What I'm saying.
You can come at 7 a.m. and take a 7-hour day. You could come at 8 a.m. and take a 7-hour day.
You could come at
Still
9
have
and take
the
a
same
7-hour day.
number electives that you have today. It would be if you choose to come at 9 a.m., you would have a 6-hour
What
day.
I'm saying is that since that would be like an option, I would assume that most classes would be pushed back into the second.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so like for example, I know 0 hour doesn't have any like really like math classes and stuff in it. So like,
Well-
there's not many though. So I was okay.
Well, like you were saying earlier, a lot of students, if they were given the option to lose 1 hour, they would take it. And if they had the option to drop an art class so that they could have one less hour, I know a lot of people would. And that's just, they might not be realizing how they're harming themselves, but they would be harming themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, Trinity Shorter.
We didn't get to see her poster.
Hello, my name is Trinity Shorter, and I'm a junior at Lawrence High School. There are a lot of things that go through my mind when we talk about later start times and just the impact that it will have on every single student, whether they choose to take the option of having a later start time or whether they do not and come at the regular 8 o'clock start time. As you talked about in the beginning, the whole issue of later start times happened because you wanted to ensure that students get enough sleep on a regular basis and have enough sleep to have a productive day and to do what their day requires. And I feel like as a teenager, the sleep is essential, yes, but our sleep is going to be cut down just as it is because, as everyone has said, the course load is very heavy. Everything that we're doing involves our time and involves our attention and our commitment. And I just think that if we just push the start time back to 9 o'clock, I don't think that'll help anybody. I think that'll make more problems. And if you have, like the orchestra students said, right now at Lawrence High, your marching band is your 7th period. And there you make friendships in that, and you make relationships, and you build with your teachers, you build with everybody around you. And that's something that's precious. That's something that's precious to everyone around. And I feel like a 6-hour day, yes, the course load would be less, but also when you go into the workforce, you can't move your schedule because it's too hectic for you. You have to learn the rigor and you have to learn how to balance yourself. And I don't know. Yeah, pretty much. I just thank you for letting us all come up here and speak. And I hope that what we've all said will really touch you as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harris. Okay. I kind of thought maybe you would. Benjamin Wilkerson.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Wilkerson. I'm currently a freshman at Free State High School. I'd like to begin off saying to what Mrs. Jones said about her child struggling with 6 to 7 hours of homework every night. And I'm just going to say it out in the open. As a student that has struggled with mental health, I understand the challenge of trying to balance my school schedule with the other factors of social issues, stress, and other things that can weigh a student down. It is already hard trying to manage through a regular school day with the pressure of homework and other things that impact a student in a not so positive way. I'd also like to go back to enrollment, where we are given a sheet with 7 boxes where we're deciding the courses we want to take that will strongly affect our future as citizens in a fast-paced world. And then I just also like to speak on behalf of the teachers and how adding options to the list will change the schedules of staff and administration. And I just believe that there are so many moving factors that I feel like haven't all been openly considered. And I feel like whether we go from 7 to 12 or 8 to 2 or 9 to 3, whatever we decide to do, will not benefit the students, in my opinion. But thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you. Lori Folsom, LEA president. Nope. Not coming as herself.
So, you guys see me here.
most every board meeting. But tonight I want to speak as a teacher. And I'm not going to speak in favor of or against late arrival. What I want to talk to you about is related, though. I'm not here, I just want to underline, I am not here representing anyone other than myself. I'm a parent of 2 teenagers until one turns 20 this year. I advise journalism at Free State High, and these are things that I've been thinking. I meant to send you guys all an email, and I didn't. Unfortunately, Jessica got a rather long text message after the last meeting. I want to say the status quo isn't working. You've heard that tonight from students. When it comes to the status quo, we're talking about the system as it is. And I don't think there's any one solution that is going to solve it. We talk a lot about what we can't do, and we get mired down in the cost of things, and we want to put it in numbers. But what concerns me is that any change that we have in our district is going to be uncomfortable, it's going to be inconvenient, and it's going to be costly for every individual in the room, probably. And so as we talk about how we can become an innovative school district, what disappoints me is the conversation we've had surrounding this. It disappoints me that people proceeded with incomplete information and that they were not given complete information when it existed. That it's so surprising to people here tonight that there were other options is a failure on our part. I was on the committee, the Late Start Committee. I'm disappointed that some people have gotten so mired in a prescriptive solution that's based on research, good research. It supports real change that could help students. But we have failed to tie that research and that evidence to students. We have students that are struggling when it comes to mental health, and it's not based on race, and it's not based on socioeconomic status. It's all of our kids in such a broad, sweeping amount. In teaching journalism, I oftentimes have those high-achieving kids, and they sign up for 5 AP classes each year, which, as we talk about how many hours kids are working after school, that's the explanation for some of it. And we have adults who stand aside and say, it's all going to be okay. They just need to tough it out. They just need to go to sleep earlier. They just need to buckle down and pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And we have all those things that we tell ourselves, and as parents, we cross our fingers hoping that they really do make it through. And we encourage them, and we cajole them, and we shove them in many situations. And so we need to take ownership of that as a community. That's students, teachers, and parents, that no one is standing there at the breach saying, no, you can't take this number of classes, because that's not healthy for you. It's not healthy for your mental health, for your anxiety, for your depression. I'm tired of having students who they believe that if they tie one more rock to their foot, that they are going to be able to swim if they just try hard enough. I have seen, anecdotally, granted, such an insurgence of the number of kids who are dealing with depression and anxiety, and it is a combination of things. I don't think that late start time is going to solve it all, but it's a piece that could. And what I worry about when we talk about redesign, if we have this kind of conversation again, where our community and our teachers hear an idea, and students, you guys are responsible too, you hear an idea and you immediately shoot it down because in your gut level reaction that it seems like a negative thing, then we're never going to get to the solutions that we heard tonight. If we only show up to board meetings when we're potentially upset about something and someone has made a suggestion that could be contrary to what we believe, then that is not good for us. And we do that to ourselves, just like those kids who are taking the 5 AP classes and who are trying to do it all, and we're sitting there and just crossing our fingers and hoping they make it through. My final thing, I said to someone the other day, when it comes to the sleep study, if I could correct one thing and have you guys understand, there is such an understanding now when it comes to sleep apnea. A lot of adults, anyway, understand what sleep apnea is, and you wear the little mask thing. We understand sleep in such a more in-depth way than what we ever did before. And I don't think most people are going to say, when they've got their CPAP machine on, that the doctors are wrong about that. So draw a connection between the REM sleep. How do I explain this to people? So here's my attempt. When it comes to sleep, you got Twinkie sleep and you got broccoli sleep. And when it comes to teenagers, that highly nutrient, really good for you sleep doesn't happen until 1 a.m. thereabouts. It doesn't matter if you go to sleep at 6 in the evening because you're getting Twinkie sleep. And so when we think negative thoughts and perpetrate that about teenagers, well, they're just going to stay up later. Parents just need to put their kids to bed earlier. It's not that. We're misunderstanding what the research says. It says you can get all the Twinkie sleep in the world, but until you get that broccoli sleep, and then if we wake you up in the middle of that broccoli sleep, that whole REM cycle, was worthless. And so that's what we're doing when we wake kids up, especially that 7 a.m. 0 hour, is whatever broccoli sleep they got between, 3 a.m., some of our students said 4 a.m., they're getting very little sleep. And as adults, we try to put on teenagers that whole concept of, well, if I did it, you can do it. They're not doing it. When it comes to the mental health issues that kids are having these days, we need less homework, meaningful homework, and we need to have potentially some adjustment to our schedule to allow for those kids to be able to manage self better. We need to teach them that, but we're not particularly great at it ourselves. So thank you.
Dr. Stubblefield?
I am not commenting publicly. I was bringing some additional information. We ran some quick numbers. When students enroll, if they are in a 6-period day, and we don't officially have a 6-period day and a 7-period day, we are about 348 minutes. We don't know if it'll be rounded up to the 360 so that they're funded fully, or if it'll be 0.9. Kathy will reach out tomorrow to get the answer to see that. I just want you to be informed before you vote. And then one of the things that the administrators pointed out to me that will be an unintended consequence, if you are a bus rider and you ride the bus to school, you don't really have a choice. You're on the 8 to 3. It's similar to right now. So you couldn't ride the bus at 8 and then start at 9. And we would have to be clear with parents about that, because otherwise you could have a whole slew of students who take the bus at 8 and just hang out for an hour. And that creates some challenges for administration. So we would just want to be clear and transparent that some of these challenges exist, whether you shift it or not, but we would have to communicate that to parents, and not to say that we wouldn't be able to explore options and look at how to address some of that in the years to come. But we would have to be clear about, if you ride the bus at 8, you have to do 8 to 3, and that's taking away some choices for students who are bus riders, which it's not any different now, but it does. So does that capture it, administrators? Okay.
Shannon, did you want to say something?
No.
waiting to see if there were other board comment.
So any other board comments about next steps?
Actually, and thank you to Lori. I think she did a really nice job of summarizing the sleep science. I was actually wondering, Anthony, you've been listening to all this. I'm kind of wondering if I could solicit your thoughts.
Well, first of all, I do want to, before our scholars get out, I do want to thank you for coming tonight to advocate. And this is what we are hoping that we are doing a good job of, not only teaching you about the math, science, social studies, which you have so much homework for, we will address that. But we're teaching you to be advocates and productive members of society. But I would like to echo what Lori did say. I do want you to come to more of these that concern you, not just when something is a hot button issue. And so I'm inviting you now to our January board meeting. We will be giving a curriculum update, and that's about the what that you learn in your classrooms. And so I did just want to say that I do appreciate every last one of you coming tonight and giving us your thoughts. I guess my only comment would be kind of like what Lori said, and I said it a little bit at our last board meeting. The only thing I would add to it is that our kids can't wait. They deserve for us to make some decisions that's in the best interest of them. And I always say, and I said it last week, when we were making a decision, is this a decision that's going to positively impact students? Or is this a decision that we're making in the best interest of students? If the answer is yes, that's kind of like the litmus test for me. Is this a decision that's in the best interest of students?
I'll make a motion.
I guess I have a question before you do.
Yes.
Also, I wanted to thank all the students who came and spoke. Really appreciate you coming up here and sharing your thoughts with us. Kind of to our work session, which was about alternative education options. This kind of, if we go to having the option of sort of a 7, 8, or 9 start time, that kind of extends that, that sort of catalog of options, if you will. I do have concerns with there not being enough minutes if you do a 6-section day. And so I guess I'm curious what types of solutions, even if you're just kind of thinking about them off the top of your head, could we put in place that would resolve that what will ultimately be a funding problem for us?
If we stuck to the 9, one of the ideas would be I believe 4 o'clock in time. If the state decided to say that they're not going to round up, would be to go to a 4 o'clock time. Or if there's something that we can do with that Wednesday block time.
Or you could technically, which would maybe fall into negotiations, I'm looking, if you made the classes a little longer, because we're about 12 minutes short, so if you went to like 3:15 instead of whatever. But those are some things like we can check with the state and see that. But if you just built in, because you can count passing, and the classes right now are about 53 minutes, so I don't know.
I guess I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what will and won't affect redesign team, et cetera. So if we go from 9 to 4, I feel like we got the message that would be potentially problematic.
It would be problematic from the sense that you would be stretching the staff really
The teaching
thin
staff then
with
could potentially
7,
be there.
8, 4, and then you run into that same challenge with.
And so then, Dave, would we have to go to negotiations to extend a class period by several minutes? Lori, no. So that would be an option.
Just have to make sure the minute.
What's negotiated is an 8-hour workday.
Yeah.
25 minutes for lunch and the amount of plan time. And so we've already done that in the past where we have stretched the instructional time, which happens inside that duty day.
Okay.
Because we have 10 or 15 minutes before school and so many minutes after. The only thing you've got to watch out is that in order to meet the number of plan minutes, you need to be able to count some of those. So you couldn't extend it by like a half an hour, or else teachers would have like 5 minutes before the end of the duty day.
Okay.
And we're counting on some of that time to count towards our plan time.
Okay.
But
Okay.
so as long as it is just a switch where you're moving your
It's
instructional
about
time,
2.
adding instructional
like,
time, but
what
you're
time
not
is it
adding
out
to
now?
the
3
duty
or
day,
3:05?
you're not taking away plan time,
Then
then
it's
it's not a negotiation.
Okay. So I guess I would, with that in
Summarize that though, so people can hear that at
yeah,
home.
if you can, but then I would just like to say, for me, if we're gonna do this with a motion, I would somehow want that captured, that we wouldn't really be able to do it unless we can get the minutes, the instructional minutes we need, because we can't really accommodate or absorb that financial.
And it's 12 minutes over the day, over the week, over,
It just has to be 360 per day. So with passing, if someone's on a 6-period, let's say if someone's on a 6-period day now, when you count their 6 periods, which on average is about 52 to 53 minutes, plus the 5-minute passing is 58 minutes, you're at 348. So they are short 12 minutes. So if you extended the day 12 minutes,
A couple minutes
started,
of class.
or, and the classes will be a little longer.
or instructional.
But then regardless of when you started, you would minimally, if you're on a 6-period day, have 360 minutes. Yeah.
So that was one
Like I couldn't vote for it if we don't put that in.
Yeah.
thing I did have included in my motion, but the way I wrote it, Jessica, was with the understanding that further information will be gathered to ensure we meet the full-time funding requirement as regards to that 6-period day. Does that?
I mean, I feel
That
as long
strong-
as
stay
the
strong.
understanding is very clear that we couldn't do it if we can't do that.
Okay. The other thing that came up in the discussion with the students, and I also want to echo my thanks for you being here. It's really helpful to hear those perspectives. Was about the impact on, potential impact of doing that on some of the elective enrollment, even if it's not a mandatory 9 a.m. start, that there may be a number of students that choose not to. So I would, not necessarily include it in the motion, but I would be interested in requesting that we revisit that discussion to evaluate what happened if we were to implement this at the end of that school year, because I think that, to take Free State as an example, they just won the state championship of fine arts programs, and they were the talk of the event that they performed at this weekend, and I really would hate to send a message that we don't value that, because that's definitely not true for me personally. I think it's fantastic that we have such a wonderful program, and I hate to hear that those teachers are afraid that we are going to undercut their programs with a decision, in an effort to do something else good for students, that we would inadvertently undercut their programs.
So if I could just make one comment about the motion. I agree with almost everything in it. I am a little uncomfortable including the redesign part in the motion, because that right now affects only one school. So if, I don't think the motion loses anything if we take that part out.
Yeah, I don't think it takes away from the redesign and what we talked about too, so I agree.
Jill, that was a big sigh. I'm a little torn about it, truthfully. That's honestly why I put it in there in the first place, because this may not be the only thing that comes before the board between now and May that would potentially impact what they are doing, and I guess I wanted to provide them some reassurance that, no, we really mean it.
Well, you're
I also
honoring
want
your
to
charge.
assure, I think with everything that they're doing, I think will have an impact positively, or at least we'll learn from it in a way that will benefit all 3 high schools likely, but certainly Free State and LHS. So but I also, and I mean that as it applies to the elementary level too, but I also don't want us to be in a position where we are qualifying everything we do for the next 4 years related to redesign. I fully 100% support the teacher-led initiatives, and I will back that when they come to us with their programming, and I've said it. But these emotions that include this qualifier related to redesign, it becomes it's just messy.
Well,
I hear
I'm
what
not
you're
going to
saying.
include
I don't
it.
wanna be-
I'm not going to include it if people aren't going to vote for it because of that, right? But I guess I want to reiterate how important I think it is.
I agree.
And I'm reluctant to take it out, but I will, based on the fact that it looks like that there's 4 people who would not be comfortable supporting the motion if it's in there.
Yeah,
It's semantics, really. It's not, because I support redesign.
I know you do.
I think we all strongly support redesign. I don't think there's any risk to redesign.
I think it's more about the message than it is about whether, and the perception and the statement from us as it could, because when we officially act when we pass a motion. Us sitting up here and talking about it is not an official act of the board, right? So but I will take it out if there is enough discomfort with leaving it in.
That would be better.
I'm fine either way.
What was that?
I'm fine with it being in there. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, well, I think there's 4 heads nodding to take it out, so I will.
Are we ready for her to make the motion?
I was just reading through this one more time to make sure it makes sense now that I've been sitting here.
So while she's
crossing it
doing,
out.
I also just want to go on record that I want to, one of the things about being on the board is you have to learn where to compromise, and so and to learn how to come together as a team, and to be able to tell the districts and teachers that we're on the same page. But just to what Lori had said, I do not support a 7 o'clock. I just want to be clear. That for me is the compromise in this motion. I don't think the science supports it. I really want to disrupt this system. I'm very serious and committed to less homework for our students, and to more sleep, and to an emphasis on improving mental health. We have 1/3 of our students have clinical levels of anxiety and depression, and sleep has an impact on that. Physical activity has an impact on that. There's a number of things we know that has an impact on that, and the 7 o'clock start time is problematic as it relates to mental health. But moving forward, I'm just going on the record saying I don't love that part.
So the motion, as I had it drafted, included the language I'd mentioned earlier about Lawrence High School.
Yeah.
Do you have concerns about including that because of that?
No.
Okay. All right. So the way that it reads now, and I'll read through it, and then I'll make it official at the end. Okay, it says, I move that the board not change the official high school start time for the 2020-2021 school year. The board directs that a 9 a.m. late start time be added for the purpose of allowing greater choices for students, with the understanding that students would have a 6-period school day, and with the further understanding that additional information will be gathered to ensure the district meets the full-time funding requirement for those students. Finally, to address the ongoing equity concerns this discussion has highlighted with respect to 0-hour course offerings at Lawrence High School, the board directs that the district and Lawrence High School administration create a plan to offer equitable 0-hour course offerings at Lawrence High School. That's what it says now.
I'm good with that.
All right, so I so move.
Second.
Okay.
Beeson,
You would call me first. Yes.
Fincher,
Yes.
Gordon Moss,
Yes.
Ingram,
Sure.
Kimball, Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes. Ugh, yes.
motion passes 7-0.
And then the additional things we talked about were requesting an update on that communication plan, because that was in our original motion back in January, and then the update on the enrollment impact on courses from doing this in the 2021 school year.
And the options to how we're going to implement the minutes to make sure we have
Right.
our 300. Well, that's already in there. But choices, selections.
Okay.
Hey.
As Dave comes, I do want to, again, thank our students for coming. Also,
Thank
thank
you.
our, I think 70-plus students and staff that are watching online as well. Thank you so much for your engagement in chats as well.
And you're welcome to stay.
Yes, and students, we are about to go, after this presentation, about to go into our graduation rate. But if you have homework,
Where are my peanuts that I'm not eating?
Thank you.
Can I read it?
I've got 3 more if you need.
Thanks for making me cry, by the way. My own self cry today. I don't know.
I was like, fingers were stuck. I was able to get that out of my hand.
About later, you know what I mean? Just get it all out there.
I can tell you that it's not taking hard enough classes. 'Cause it goes to I mean,
I won't let my.
I mean, I don't think, I think we're on the other end of the spectrum.
Elise.
Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't get one then.
Written version of that motion? Okay, I'll give you my page.
Email.
No, I'll just.
I don't care.
Jill's over it.
I don't even know what you think.
Oh, we can fix you there?
Yes.
One
Very.
production list?
You're like, here you go. These are too colorful for me.
No, I'm just eating because I'm like ravenous.
Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Carolyn got back into our sandwich. I know.
Yeah. I don't like the rest of you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going out with a bang.
That's right.
It looks like everyone left for you guys.
Yeah.
It's really exciting stuff we're going to talk about. This is litigation.
Yay.
Shannon's super excited.
we're ready, Dave.
Yes. All right, Dave Cunningham, Executive Director, Human Resources, Chief Legal Counsel. I have with me Brad Hunold today, and he had contacted me about the possibility of the district becoming involved in some litigation against the Juul e-cigarette company, and took that to Dr. Lewis, ELT, and then ultimately he talked to board officers, and we put it on the board agenda for conversation with the board. If after you hear the presentation, you choose to engage in this litigation, there's a contract in that would be with Brad and some other law firms in this matter. So I'm going to let Brad give you kind of a brief overview. I've told him, short, sweet. He's not going to go through that whole PowerPoint.
But I was going to say, this doesn't.
Yeah.
Short and sweet. He's going to hit a few highlights on that, and then obviously if there are other questions, we can get to them. Brad?
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for taking some time to hear from me this evening. I'm here, I have to admit, primarily out of unfortunate self-interest. I have 4 sons, 3 of whom are cravenly addicted to the Juul product. And in dealing with that in my home, I became being a lawyer and a trial lawyer in dealing with cases that deal with health, products liability, pharmaceuticals, medical devices. I became curious about how it could be that those 3 boys, who all seemed okay to me and seemed to be doing pretty well in school, and had professed to me, and as I saw them grow up, that they would never come within a mile of smoking a combustible traditional cigarette. How could it be that 3 of those boys were craven nicotine addicts? And as it turned out, as I got into the science, the medicine, the issues related to Juul, I began to feel so strongly about it that I felt that myself as a lawyer and other lawyers that I knew, I needed to turn to them to say that on behalf of the public health and our well-being, and I've heard the comments related to sleep about health and well-being of students. This represents a significant, not only public health crisis, but a real crisis affecting our teenagers and youth and students. Because they spend so much time at school, this issue of Juul and vaping and all of that, to a great extent, plays out at school because it is an environment where it takes place. It is a community that oftentimes focuses around vaping. And schools, I think, because of public schools' missions of providing a safe, effective, meaningful place to educate, but to also be mindful of the public health of our students, that it's a critical issue facing all school districts and educators. I turned to a number of law firms that I work with both locally and around the country and said, what can we do here? They had similar interest in this, had children that were similarly affected, and we started in conversation around the country, speaking with districts about the prospect of, instead of sitting on our collective hands, what is it that school districts and educators can do on behalf of their students and on behalf of the public health and on behalf of the sanctity of the environment and the mission that public educators and public schools have. And we embarked on getting retained by a number of school districts around the country. We are in conversation now, literally, we have been retained by close to 3 dozen school districts now around the country. We have filed lawsuits on behalf of about a dozen, and we're in conversation with several dozen districts of all sizes, from rural to large city high schools in all parts of the country to come forward and be active in the Juul litigation. Our case is premised very similarly on the theories that the public opioid litigation is based on, meaning that if you are a manufacturer and you bring to market a product that has significant adverse impact and affects the public health adversely, then public entities such as school districts, governmental entities can bring a lawsuit on behalf of its citizens or its constituents and say, we are here to collect damages for the harm that you have inflicted upon us. Not only out-of-pocket costs, but what we need today to solve this problem. As I see it in my family, and I think it exists in schools, the most important thing that needs to be done is a firewall needs to be created so that today's middle schoolers don't become today's high schoolers and become caught up in this. And so that's a big part of the litigation. I have taken, out of respect of your time, about 35 slides, and I color-coded them while I was waiting to get down to what I think are probably 5 slides that if I had to say, okay, where the judge says in closing argument, sometimes you got 10 minutes, so be ready to go. I'd probably be here about 6:30. So it's a good reason to bring colored tabs always in your briefcase. And I'll just go by color. So I think the first slide that most really captures this, if you go to the pink slide, it shows how teenage cigarette use over the past 40 years really had plummeted. We thought we had the nicotine problem solved for kids to a great extent. I think back in my high school days, which are kind of in between 76 and 81 in there, where 29% of high school kids were, in over a 30-day period, were smoking cigarettes, and look how far it had gone down by 2016. One of the greatest public health achievements that we have ever had, other than vaccines and getting past polio and things like that, getting youth smoking to go down has been a huge victory. Primarily came out of the tobacco litigation in the late 90s and early 2000s, which freed up a great deal of money to educate. Okay, so that's the first premise. We thought nicotine, teenage nicotine use, for the most part, was behind us. If you then go to purple, well, that was all well and good until Juul came about. If you now look at the CDC data that comes out in a study that's done with CDC and the University of Michigan, high school students now, if you look at the survey says, over the past 30 days, have you used an e-cigarette product? That number is now 27.5% of high school students say over the past 30 days that they've been vaping. The survey has a lot of other questions in it, but I think if you were to go to my home district, Shawnee Mission or Blue Valley, I think that number is probably low by a factor of about 3. I think if you went into pockets, purses, and backpacks at Shawnee Mission East tomorrow morning, you'd probably find 75% of the kids would have some form of a vaping product on them. And so that's 1,800% increase from e-cigarette reported use in 2011, which was about 1%.
join in for a moment. That's low for us also, according to Denise, who's been working very actively on this.
7.5 is low for us.
Oh, yeah. And in Blue Valley, it may even be a function of 4. And we represent currently, just out of full disclosure, all our firm currently represents Olathe, Blue Valley, Shawnee Mission East, and with that, the diocesan schools of the Kansas Diocese are going to come on board as well. So we'll have Aquinas, Miege, and diocesan schools. Who's to blame for this? If you go kind of to the Robbins Blue, that's Dr. Gottlieb there, the former head of the FDA. He has been a very vocal and outspoken critic of Juul. He said, I hope Juul recognizes the problem that's been created largely by their product. There's no question the Juul product drove a lot of the youth use, largely responsible for the dramatic spike of youth vaping. Juul was really the first to the market. In 4 years, they've done this. This product was not on the market until the mid-year of 2015, from 0 to now where they are. In terms of a commercial product, if you were going to come up with an idea that caught fire, this was it, although to very, very unfortunate consequences. Juul's not the only one. There are dozens of these products out there now, but Juul really was the pioneer. They threw the match, in the forest and got it going. As prices varied, as age laws have changed from different states, it has driven some kids to other products like Enjoy, Stig, Puff Bar. They pop up overnight almost, but Juul really is the instigator. If you go to green, the green tab, how did Juul do this? How can a group, 2 guys who were at the Stanford Graduate School of Design, who said they were smokers and wanted to take care of the 5 billion smokers in the world. That's what they said their goal was, to focus on 5 billion adult smokers around the world and help them. Well, how did they get there? If you look at those 3 pictures, it pretty much sums it up, okay? The first is the device itself. It's stealth-like, it's small, it's readily can be hidden. It looks like a USB drive. I will tell you, I saw this product in my house and didn't even know what it was for months and months and months, until I saw somebody put it in their mouth, and I realized, okay, now I get it. So the device itself is, it can be charged, it can be put into a computer or a laptop. It is the iPhone of nicotine delivery devices. So that's one big part of it. It's just a stealthy, cool-looking thing. If you go to the middle slide there, and there are backup slides on each of these main concepts that are in the bulk of the deck, but anyway, the nicotine, this is where the insidious part of this story is. The nicotine in these products is very, very unique in that you wonder how you can see children draw on this and deeply inhale. It is because chemically the nicotine has been treated with benzoic acid and other acids to neutralize it, to remove all harshness in the product. So you can have uninterrupted, deep inhalation. And what does that lead to? That leads to immediate addiction, in that there is no adverse physiologic response like you would have with a combustible cigarette. What was the biggest impediment to kids becoming smokers of regular cigarettes? It made you hack, and it made you turn green, and it made you vomit, and it made you sick, and it made you smell, and it made you stink, okay? And it just became socially unacceptable. This nicotine is different. And for those of you, if any of you are particularly adventurous, and I've done this, go spend $29 to get a starter device and 4 pods, and just try it. And in 5 minutes, you will understand the insidious danger that's associated with this product. And imagine just handing that to a 13 or 14-year-old middle schooler, and you will be contributing to them embarking on a potential lifetime of nicotine addiction. The third part is marketing. This product was marketed directly towards kids. It just was. They deny it, but if you look at everything that they've done in terms of models, the poses, the social media, the language, and everything, it was targeted right to where our kids live, and that's on their phones. And it was social media right out of the box, and they did it very, very aggressively, and they did it unapologetically for almost 3 years, until finally regulators started to wake up, and they've taken down some of the social media now, but it lives on to a great extent in the viral world. So where does that bring us? If you go to the red tab, the school districts, we have found, are being harmed and affected by this, and sometimes many districts don't know it. It's something that is happening even kind of under the radar and insidiously in schools. in that it is the loss of teacher and administrator time on a school-to-school basis, where suddenly if you realize that you have teachers or administrators or principals that are spending 3, 5, 7, 10, 12, 14 hours a month dealing with vape-related things, increased demands on student discipline, trying to figure out doesn't our health and wellness curriculum cover this anymore? And many schools are realizing it doesn't, okay? Many schools having to resort to trying to buy detectors, additional hall monitors, or security. Many schools realize they need a total revamp of their health and wellness curriculum to deal with this. Increased demands for nurses in some schools recognize that they wish they had another half-time nurse that was particularly well-versed in addiction science and medicine that was able to interface with the other resources that are out there for treatment. There is no doubt this is an addiction. Nicotine is close to the perfect drug, probably more addictive than heroin or cocaine, unfortunately, and is difficult to quit. The adolescent medicine experts out there now that look at the addiction that really is springing up in children, it's beyond what was simply seen in combustible cigarette use, because it is so intense and such a direct delivery of nicotine to these kids that it is much more akin to a substance abuse disorder that you would see in harder, more considered street-type drugs. There's also a great concern that the vaping culture that's developed out of this is now a gateway to other things. And we all know, have read, there's all sorts of things now that are becoming presented in the vapable fashion, including THC products and cannabis, and that's a whole nother thing, but is intertwined with this. So that's the story. We are in this for the long haul. We are agreeing to represent schools on a contingent fee basis, meaning no money out of pocket for the districts. The only way we get paid is if we recover money for you, and we are hopeful that we will, and that we take them out of business at the same time. We are very, very mindful and concerned that we do this efficiently so that we don't have adverse impact upon the normal functioning of the school, and we're trying to come up with a good kind of best practices to identify those who are most knowledgeable within a district about financial loss, curriculum, health and wellness, things of that nature, so that we're able to prosecute the case on behalf of a district most efficiently. We have filed cases. These cases are now all being sent, whether it's an individual case on addiction or a school district case. They are all being sent to the Northern District of California, a federal judge by the name of Judge William Orrick, and he has pledged. He is struck by the immediacy of now related to this litigation. He knows that it impacts public health very significantly, and he is putting these cases on a fast track to be handled in federal court. Okay, how's that?
Questions? That's good.
9.5 minutes.
That works. Questions?
Go. Two questions. So the litigation is just against Juul, correct? You mentioned a number of other companies that have made these products, but this would just be against just Juul because it's kind of it's the one we all know.
Right now, the litigation is just focused against Juul. We believe very strongly that Juul still has, in most places, still have a 70 to 80% market share. And so they are the rear driver of this. The other products have proliferated because of Juul, because they took down their flavors or quit advertising or increased their prices. Those other products have snuck in because of them. We're open-minded to the fact that in some places we may have to reconsider that, where Enjoy or Stig or some others have become, much more prolific, because we don't necessarily want to give Juul a chance to say, it's not us anymore, it's Enjoy or it's Stig. So, but for the most part, our hope is to keep it focused and keep it simple against Juul.
And then, I don't know if this is a question for you or if it's for you, Dave. What happens if at some point in the future, I read the contract and I saw the withdrawal clause for counsel, but what happens if the school district just made the decision that they no longer wish to pursue?
The great thing about the ethical rules in most states, including the state of Kansas, is that when we are representing somebody on a contingent fee basis or in any engagement you have with a lawyer, The one great thing about lawyers is you can always fire them. You always
And that's what
can.
I wanted to clarify, is that there wouldn't, if we decided to discontinue, there wouldn't be a financial
Absolutely.
impact.
And we understand as lawyers and law firms that because districts and school boards are a semi-political body where there is change in the group over time, that there is some risk that a different group could come in and say, nah, this isn't for us. We understand that.
Thank you.
We would have no financial liability if we backed out.
Right, right. Now, if we spent $75,000 on trying to prosecute the Lawrence case, and you decided to tell us to stand down, that's out of our pockets. No financial risk to the district.
Questions? Okay. Motion?
Do you have a question?
No, Shannon asked it.
Should we
Okay.
wait till Jessica gets back?
No, she said to go ahead and go. I can make the motion. I move the Board of Education enter into agreement for legal services with Gaza and Honnold, LLC, Beasley, Allen, Crow, Wagstaff, and Cartmel, LPP, and
Giacovino?
Giacovino, Lake and Associates, PC, for the purposes of joining as a plaintiff, the Juul electronic cigarette litigation.
Second.
Jones,
Yes.
Fincher,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
Ingram,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, at this time, Shannon Kimball,
Welcome.
I know.
Sit
You're
down,
ready.
Zach. It's not you.
We'll come up to review the 2020 legislative priorities.
That's right.
She's like, what am I doing?
Agenda, buddy.
Okay. Okay, every year at about this time of year, the board reviews and adopts a legislative agenda for the upcoming legislative session. We try to do it this time of year because our local chamber always hosts the legislative breakfast with legislators on the Friday before the legislative session starts. It typically falls before our first meeting in January, as it does this year. Our first January meeting is the 13th, and the chamber's legislative breakfast is the 10th. So what you have in your packet is a revised version of the legislative priorities. We started with the legislative priorities we had last year, and there was a little bit of wordsmithing and formatting changes. I think the main additions really fall at the end, particularly around the last kind of block of paragraphs that start with the legislature should prioritize policies that support student wellness and safety. I think this is really where everyone needs to look carefully and make sure you're comfortable with these proposed additions to our legislative platform. I've kind of collected people's comments and thoughts about this in notes over the last several months and had included in this list pretty much everything new that I have heard board members ask for, talk about over that time. Took it and put it together. It's sent the draft to Dr. Lewis and board officers, who also have shared it with ELT to get input, and this is where it has landed. So I'm happy to answer questions about the language or...
I just want to say I really appreciate that you did it. It looks great. I support everything in here. I appreciate the inclusion, particularly the attention to the last 4 bullets, and the other issues as well. So thank you for doing it. I would move to support it.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Oh, man.
And I know I just do want to acknowledge one of our students that came to present to us that had an impact in that.
On
That
the
really goes to
scoliosis
show
screenings,
true
yes.
advocacy and the impact of the advocacy around scoliosis screening, that it's now a part of our district's legislative priorities.
Have we passed that to her? Okay, but we will. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Kelly, you want to go ahead and make them?
Yeah, I move the Board of Education approve the 2020 legislative priorities as outlined.
Second.
Fincher,
Yes.
Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Ingram,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Beeson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Last but not least, we have Zach Conrad, Executive Director of Research, Evaluation, and Accountability, with a preview of the graduation data and ACT scores.
Good evening, Board. We will try to get through this as smoothly as possible, given the time. This really is looking at the finish line, where we hope to get students. And so it is important for us to focus on, so I don't want to give it short shrift either. So just an overview of some of the data that we'll look at. Lawrence Virtual School continues to increase in their graduation rate. That's been a real bright spot. Free State and Lawrence High continue to decrease over previous highs. Overall, we've increased with the subgroups African American and Hispanic students district-wide in their graduation rates. The students with disabilities has significantly decreased in graduation rates. Also in this report, you'll notice that student counts under 30 are not included. And so for state reporting, what they report to the feds is that subgroups need to be 30 or more. And so we will see some subgroups not included in the report, and we'll be able to explain why as we go through. I did want to give us a list of how graduation rate is calculated, some of the exit codes. And so within the KIDS system, the state student information system, kind of, it has the wording around the code. So exit code 1, that's what we would enter into Power School as a student leaves. We'd enter the exit codes, and the first column is the wording behind that code. So exit code 1 means that the student transferred to a public school within the same school district. So you go from Free State to LHS, we would code you within Power School as a 1. It then shows how it impacts the cohort, the graduation formula, and then the effect on the graduation rate. And we can go down all of these to see whether or not it increases the rate or decreases the rate. The ones that we focus on, number 14, exit code 14 is discontinued schooling. That decreases your graduation rate. Number 17, we see quite a few of these where we're just not sure what happened. They just stopped showing up and no other school district has picked them up. And so it leaves us kind of wondering what happened to that student. And we have efforts to try to track it down. And then exit code 19 impacts, I think, Lawrence Virtual School more than the other schools. But I think that students entering Lawrence Virtual School have the intention of getting their GED at a higher rate than what we see in the brick and mortar schools. And so that does negatively impact, it decreases that rate because they're still included there. So I wanted to make sure that we knew what was going into the graduation rates. So this is 2017-18 graduation rate. This data was already presented to the board, but the reason that I'm bringing it back to the board this go around is because of that last column under measure. So we have two ways of measuring if we're graduating enough of our students, I guess. One is that there's a criterion reference where the state tells us 95% is our goal. But we also have this measure, which is more of a norm reference measure, how we're doing compared to the state. And so with that, it gives the state mean, and then they z-score it, and they show us how far we are away from the mean or not, and whether we're approaching, which means we are 0 to 1 standard deviation below. And then below is a standard deviation or more away from that mean. So you'll see homeless students, the mean is 66%, we're at 62%. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a difference, but statistically, we are 1 standard deviation more below the state mean. And so if you look at the all student group, that looks like a bigger difference where it's 89% to 82%, but we're actually still within a standard deviation. And so we're approaching. And then you have meeting, which is a standard deviation, 0 to a standard deviation above. And then we have exceeding, which we see with the Asian subgroup, where 100% of them graduated, and we are exceeding the state on that.
Why is American Indian approaching when we have a higher percentage?
I'm not absolutely positive, but that's what got reported to the feds. So I think it is a miscalculation on the state's part.
Okay.
Again, something that got reported.
Okay.
So I broke it out by subgroup. Again, this is 2017, 2018 data. We've already seen this. This has been presented, but I wanted to make sure that the measures were next to it because this is how we can also, as a district, identify where to put our focus. We only see selected subgroups because, again, it's suppressed under 30. And so we do not have 30 students that, if we look at Free State High School, we do not have 30 African-American students in the graduating class, and so it gets suppressed. At LHS, that's the same thing. We don't have African-American subgroup because we don't have 30 African-American students in the graduating class. We could see that LVS has below on all of their measures there, which is an area of focus. This is 2018 data compared with 2019 data. So in the second column, you see the grad rate in 2019. This is still preliminary. The state has yet to finalize it all. It should have been finalized by this meeting, so I anticipate it will be this month. We had a slight increase from 2018 graduation rate with all students. We see the grad total, 872 in 2019. Grad total in 2018 was 800. This is also where it displays African American students and Hispanic students have increased the graduation rate, and students with disabilities has decreased the graduation rate, along with all the other subcategories there. It's then broken out by school. I believe we can extrapolate from this data, although we don't have the meeting below approaching categories on this yet. If we are decreasing, I imagine that we will still be approaching or below this upcoming year. So we have a few action steps. Are there any questions over the data before we go to the action steps?
Is there a process for you to submit a correction to the state for that data that seems to be misreported?
Yes, I hope so.
Okay.
I've sent them an email.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see what we can do.
That's the process. You send an email.
We don't know the process.
That's the only process I know. Okay. As a district, we'd like to be able to implement a district-wide early warning system. We need to identify students coming into these high schools and be aware of the concerns and the support. So we are pulling all of the students that are a 14, are coded 14, that we know dropped out of school. And we're creating a file that will go back as far as we can on academics, attendance, discipline, any assessment scores we have. We want to be able to look at some of those factors and compare them against those that persisted and graduated so that we can have a more robust system of flagging students. Right now, we do have early warning capabilities within PowerSchool, but they are somewhat siloed. And so you can get a flag for attendance, you can get a flag for grades, but I think it is probably more robust if we can combine those factors and have a little more data behind where we set those cuts. And so we are looking at the data and we're building that out currently. We'd also like a more systematic review of the data. Right now, at least from my position, we review the data. We review code 98s, which is unresolved. They don't have an exit code, and we need to track down what exit code to put there. We do that in October. When the state opens up for our review, they have all the data that we sent them, and then they kick it back where there's unresolved. So we work with the buildings on resolving those exits. But we don't, from this position, I don't work with them enough on the narrative throughout. So whenever an exit code is entered in, working with them more on that process and discovering what's going on and how we can support. And so implementing something that is more systematic earlier in that review process, hopefully when it happens. The high school administrators are here as well because they have been doing some things, and so I want to allow them the opportunity to highlight some of the things that they're doing. So Monty.
Good evening, Monty Westfall, Director of Virtual Education at LVS. As you can see from our slides here, 4 years ago we implemented homeroom groups at our high school, and that specifically assigns about 30 students to each teacher. So they're then able to progress monitor just those kids instead of thinking, I've got 150 kids in biology, oh my gosh, I've got to look at all these kids. Instead, we made it a smaller number so that they're able to do that more individually. In turn, they also conference with each of these students, again, help monitor their progress, and then they develop what we call a directed studies plan to keep on track for graduation should they be falling behind. We also reallocated some things this year and were able to hire a second counselor, and that has helped track students even more that way. Each Tuesday, we hold an intervention meeting where we discuss students who are struggling and collaborate on ways to assist them with their studies at LVS. And finally, each Tuesday morning, our office staff makes a concerted effort to monitor students who have exited from LVS with a code 17 or unknown so that we may better track these students.
It's always been hard to compare the virtual school graduation rate with the brick and mortar schools because kids choose to go to the virtual school for reasons that are very different,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And very widely. I'm curious if you've looked at how, since we have such a large virtual school, how does our graduation rate at our virtual school compare to the other virtual schools across the state? Are we kind of similar to them? Are we ahead? Are we behind?
I believe mainly we're a little ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We're a lot ahead.
A lot ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we compare with others, we're a lot ahead.
Because I want to recognize because you've been making progress for sure. Because I remember when we took over the virtual school, in what was that, 2014? I think when we took over the curriculum for the high school, it was 22%. So we have made a great deal of progress, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just, Zach and I are talking here a little bit. I would say that for Free State, we are missing 12 graduates from our graduating class that we tried to get the state to adjust. So I don't know how we do that, because we actually.
Send them an email. Yeah.
We've actually, it has us down at
Exactly.
427, and we have 439 graduates. So some play, and this all started back in October. My registrars, counselors, and we went through student by student. For some reason, we can't get them to count these 12 students, and I don't know why. The other thing about the SPED is our students who go on to CTRAN and to Project Search, once they reach the senior level, they are not counted as a graduate because we are coding them differently. So we need to make sure we get the correct code there, because they are counted as a drop or as not graduating.
Is that something that's maybe new in the past few years?
Yeah, and we talked with a couple of different schools. Amy McIntyre, one of my sisters, she called back to Emporia and said, how are you coding them? And we need to figure that out, because those students are counting against, because we have 8 students who went out of this last year's graduating class who are in Project Search or CTRAN. They're still in our system, but they are counted as a non-graduate. And so we need to figure out the coding on that, because that definitely impacts our graduation rate and our SPED graduation rate significantly. Despite that, we still have issues, okay? I'm not saying that's the, but we do need to make sure we're getting our data correct, because it does impact some of that. So at Free State last year, we started the SOAR program. The SOAR program was designed to attack or identify juniors and seniors who are at risk of graduation. So we were picking up, last year we picked up 30 seniors and 30 juniors. We graduated all 30 of those seniors that went through the SOAR program last year. We retained our 30 juniors, and we picked up 30 new juniors this year. The thing about graduation is it starts way before the road to non-graduation starts way before the junior and senior year, unfortunately. And so we, in our planning and in our redesign process, we tried this a couple of years ago, and it wasn't very successful. We are bringing back our 9th grade teaming concept. We changed our counselor and one assistant principal this year to work closely with 9th graders. We have implemented a 9th grade tutoring program after school, which we call Target 7, which is all designed to catching students at that 9th grade year, because that's such a critical year. If they get behind there, that's an issue. We changed one of our other counselors to what we call STAR. She specifically works with sophomores, because that's a group that got left out in this whole process. You know, we tried to focus on juniors and seniors, then we tried to focus on freshmen, and so we're trying to figure out how we work with those. Our counselors continue to do the meetings with all the seniors 2 times in the fall. If you have been identified at risk, you're met with twice or more than that. Parent calls, principal meetings, those are all in that process. I think a critical point, and I sat in 2 meetings today, and I think where we are really weak, really weak, is this whole idea of our IPS, or the development of career planning for our students. We have banked on the idea that our one-size-fits-all, everyone's going to the university, has got us through, and we have banked on that. And we have to do a much better job of career planning and talking with our students at a younger age. So that the development of the implementation plan, this whole enrollment thing that we're trying to do here, the fidelity of that is critical. The other thing that we believe is critical is our curriculum, some curriculum redesign that needs to happen. And I was visiting with our science department the other day in a departmental meeting, and we started talking about biology is a good example. You know, if you're going into the medical field, the depth of biology you need to have is different than the depth of biology if I'm going directly to the workplace or different. But we still channel everything in one area. So we've talked about how do we meet curriculum standards in everyday biology and biology for different fields. And I think that's a critical piece that we've started talking about. And then through our whole redesign process, this has been a big topic of discussion. It will continue to be a big topic of how we balance that load for our students, how we meet the needs of students who have anxiety, high risk, mental health issues, who come to us every day, and how we meet their needs as individuals, but yet maintain or yet provide them the academic tools they need to be successful in the next phase of their life. So those are the things that we're talking about and working through at Free State. So, questions?
I just want to say thank you for acknowledging the piece about the individual plans of studies, and I don't like to surprise people with stories, so I'm sorry that came out during the start time discussion the way it did. I didn't plan on bringing that up, but it kind of fit into the discussion we were having. But I think I was surprised to see other heads nodding up here. It's been a little, that process has been difficult, especially when you haven't ever had a student at that level before. So that's just some further feedback. I appreciate you.
Well, and I appreciate
taking that on. So
what
thank you.
one student said about, we get this sheet of paper, we check 7 boxes, and we turn it in. And really, that's been the process, and we have to do better than that. We just have to, and I hope we can develop this process. And that's kind of what these steps are that we're trying now. I know we called it enrollment, but that's really what the steps are.
Yeah, I think you guys live in you live in your world, and I'm sure you know this stuff backwards and forwards, but for some of us, we're just trying to penetrate through that, and I think that people like us have the time and the resources to do that. I do worry more about the parents of kids who don't, and so I appreciate you being candid about that, but I do think it means a little kind of stepping outside and
How do you plan, I know we talked about you said the 3-step plan. I'm wondering, how do you plan to articulate that to the students and their parents? Because obviously there was some confusion. I know I probably should have asked this a while ago, but even amongst the board. So how do you plan to go back, and I guess if there's a misconception that...
I think we just need to go back and look at our communication and clearly communicate out our steps and the intent of each step of what is happening along the way here. So I think as I hear people talk about it, and I think about that, and when I work with my counselors on that, as we identify these steps, we outlined the steps for the teachers, but we should have went a little bit better communication with that. So yeah.
Thank you.
Righty. Good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
I think before I go through the different type of programming and processes that we have at Lawrence High School, let me tell you how I approached it. I looked at it with outside eyes, looking in, and looking at everything. And one of the comments that I made is we have multiple things in place, and we have to decide what is working and whether or not it's working well. And if it's not working, we're going to come together and we're going to organize and we're going to abandon that and put in place what needs to be done to support our students that are at risk. One of the things that I am very proud to say is that we have a committed team of teachers and counselors that love the students that attend Lawrence High School. And because of that love, they're willing to come to the table and sit down and say, this is what we're going to put in place to help students rise to a whole new level. Our theme this year is we have the power to lift every student, and that's just not a slogan, but if we leave students in the same exact spot that they were that we started at the beginning of the school year, we haven't done our jobs. So I want to put that officially on the record because we want to ensure that we lift every student. What you see before you on your screens right now are different processes and programmings that we have to support our students that are at risk, if you will, and our goal is to move them from at risk to move them to at potential to be able to succeed in any area that they come across. Our directed studies, our diploma completion, credit recovery, and we'll come back to individual plans of study, our summer school, our summer credit recovery, our night winter school, tutoring, student support teams, and then you can see the rest of the information and things that is there on the board. One of the things in place for our individual plans of study, because it was said to me that that was an area that we were very, very weak on. That was a conversation and things I had with Jerry Kimball back in September. As we have completely revised our school improvement plan, every segment having input in devising that plan to really get us to where we need to be. That individual plan of study kept coming up. Before students leave for break, every student will have met with their counselor to do the first run of looking exactly where students are, and those are individual one-on-one meetings. When we come back in January, that will be phase 2. Phase 2 will include all teachers being involved. That takes place January 30th. I'm communicating that officially right now. For you, January 30th, I'm putting that down on the record and things today. But that will involve all students, and that will be the next phase of our scheduling. So counselors in their individual meetings, they've already sat down with students, and students have identified these are the classes and things that I need to make sure that I get enrolled in and things as we do this process and facilitate this process and things in January. So if I were to say where we are, like I said, by the time we leave on winter break, every student will have been met with and things at Lawrence High School. So those are some of the things that you see that are already in place, and because you've been here longer than I have, you are already familiar with some of those things. We've revised in regard to, I'm going to use the first one coming up is winter night school. And I know I talked to Ms. Johnson about this. No longer are we going to use the word you're invited to winter night school. That was discriminating to me, just listening that as a word. Students qualify, and when you qualify, then every single person has met that standard that each department went through and identified. Then that student has that opportunity to come in and do whatever is necessary to be able to earn that passing grade. So our goal is to increase the amount of students that we have attending that winter night school. Like I said, these are programs and things that are already in place. One of the things I want to look at, these are new processes that based upon that initial review of all the programming at Lawrence High School. Since I made that commitment, Dr. Lewis, to stay on, there's some things that have to be done differently. And not that I wouldn't have done them to begin with, but there definitely have to be some things done differently. First of all, doing a root cause analysis as to why we're decreasing in graduation rate. What is happening? One of the things I know, Zach, you're close, I didn't realize that. One of the things that I want to do immediately is to go back through and review the data. I know that you had said that for African American students, that there were not 30. Mm-hmm. And when we went back and I sent some messages and things this morning while I was waiting for other things to be completed. And we came up with 32 till I got back at 2:00. So for me, it's important that every piece of data until I know and really know that it's clean data, I'm going to question it. And I'm going to go back through and I want to see, because I want to report exactly what needs to be reported, but I want to uphold everything that's in place and that we have and things. So doing that root cause analysis is very important to determine what is happening. What is happening with our special needs population? You know, what is happening? What are we doing that maybe we're not connecting? Where are these students going? Where are these students hanging out? Are they hanging out at different houses and things during the school day? Are they hanging out at the park? Directly catty-cornered from Lawrence High, there's multiple indicators that can help inform us regarding the decrease in graduation rate. For me, having a review and audit of all processes that take place at Lawrence High School. Like I said, we do a lot of phenomenal things, and I'm proud to say that. I mean, people have been working hard for years. But if some of the things that we're doing are not getting us the results and outcomes that we need, then you have to let them go. And it's not so much letting a tradition go, but it's letting things go that may not work as effectively as they did in the past. The next one is revision of our student support team processes to ensure consistency. That's where we sit down. Each individual assistant principal, associate principals, counselors, our social workers sit down every single week. They have a meeting hour and a half at a time. So in those meetings, what are we doing and how are we doing it? We back that up. How are we doing it and what are we doing? That's what we're looking at right now. So today we went back and we reviewed a process because we want to have a flow chart as to if this is the area that we're looking at that has the greatest concern, these are the steps that we take. This is the direction that we go. So we have a process in mind and that every single team is doing the same exact thing. So that when I sit down and I say, I'm having a conversation, I say, I need data. We're talking apples and apples, not apples and oranges and all these other things that are in place out there. Additional tutoring to cover all core areas. One of the things that I did getting feedback from students is that they want tutoring and have it offered in multiple areas, not just in math and science and English language arts, but they want tutoring to help them be successful in class. So when we come back in second semester, our tutoring process will be completely revised. And to really be able to boost those numbers, I would love to be able to have the entire cafeteria full. Where there's a math zone, there's a ELA zone, there's a social studies zone. If there's some things that that you need additional help in things in some of the elective classes, that we offer those types of supports and things. And I believe that we will have interest to be able to do those. One of the things that I talked to Dr. Lewis, and when did I start my conversation? Was it September, October? When I was in my final mode of where I was going to be for next year. And in that conversation, I wanted to throw this out, and this really helped me kind of push things over the board for me, was looking at how can we put together some type of school within a school pilot to help students in a greater way that are at the greatest risk at Lawrence High School. So that is what we are in the process of doing. We're going out getting the research. I love in the meeting tonight, I received a message that said, we have an outline, we'll share it with you and things tomorrow. And so we're doing the work. I have my eye on the Butler building that used to be a shed that was turned into a phenomenal educational environment because some students are not comfortable in the large high school. Some students may not, if we decide that the College and Career Academy, if that's in place, some students may not want to do that. But what are we going to do within the building during the school day from first bell to last bell to take care of the students? What are we going to put in place to ensure that they're lifted and that we get them to where they need to be? The SST and data teams to review the data every single week. And this is something that is new. I'm not saying that data has never been looked at, because it has been looked at, but to look at it every single week and know what it means. And if there's a discrepancy, we're calling Zach. So Zach, we've got you on speed dial. I just want you to know right now, because that's the culture. reculturing and doing things and putting things in place. Review and audit of truancy referral process. That is something that once I really understood it, I went to the meeting and things in June or July, Rick, whenever it was. We went, when was it, August? Okay, that I went downtown and I loved, hearing about it. I just have some questions around it on whether or not it's effective enough to help us with what we need to help students become and remain successful. And I want to look at it, and I want to have a conversation if we need to maybe look at tweaking the process so that students understand that it's immediate. I'm gonna go back to a prior district. I won't name the district, but we had truancy court every single Thursday. Every single Thursday before school, the judges came to the school, and we had a complete turnaround. And pulling those students that had become disconnected in many different ways, but being able to be able to pull them in and have them be reconnected and things. Again, the last one is the early warning systems. We had already talked about that, and what is information and data that we can utilize at the middle school. I spent a lot of years as a middle school principal, so I know what was needed at that middle level to be able for students to be successful at that high school. And that freshman year is huge. And Myron talked about that and different programs and processes that he's already put in place. So it doesn't have to look the same exact thing. It's the same exact way, but putting those programs and processes and having those conversations, that's what we're doing right now. And not just having conversations. Conversations are great. I'm an action person. We have the conversations, let's put something in place. What are we going to focus on as we go into second semester? We've already identified what are the 3 things that we're going to focus on to move us forward. Today, we had 800 students that completed a school connectedness survey. They answered 5 questions. They nominated, not identified, but they nominated 3 teachers that were that they identified as seen as caring adults, trusted adults in the building. We looked at effort and motivation. Help me with the other categories.
School connectedness.
Okay, school connectedness, effort and motivation.
Teacher support.
Teacher support, and then
student relationships.
Right, student relationships. So we're going to be able to look at how students are connected and to be able to do, what's the official terminology?
Social network.
There it is. Social, I could say social, give me the official one. The social network analysis of how students are connected to each other. Now I want you to know, and I'm gonna cut this off because Dr. Lewis knows, my entire dissertation is on school connectedness, on the power of building relationships. We could stay here to midnight. I know.
No.
About the power of relationships. Everything that we talk about up there, that we're new processes and looking, that's rooted in relationships. When you want to increase graduation rates, you focus on relationships and how those relationships impact everything that's up there, everything that's being done right now. So I'm excited. Because like I said, there's really good work taking place at Lawrence High School. And I'm proud to be a Chesty Lion.
We're proud to have you.
I felt, thank you so much. One thing that stood out to me was how you said that all of the students will be able to meet with their counselors and go over there. I think that's so important. I feel like I can speak as an educator, we get that feedback all the time. Why aren't we giving that to our scholars? So I really appreciate you.
And what I love, I didn't have to go to counselors because, I'm coming in new. I wasn't even fully, had a complete understanding what the individual plan of study was. But the counselors had already started that process. And I love that. I love the leadership that, I'm gonna put her name on the line here, that Lori Stussy puts out there as our department chair in the area of counseling. It was something that she knew that needed to be done. It needed to be completed. She had already instructed our new counselors that came in this school year and already got the process and things going. So that was powerful.
Thank you. Questions?
Just have some comments as Zach gets ready to wrap up these last 4 slides on ACT. But and I appreciate our high school principals coming to share specifically what they're doing individually in their buildings, because they're different buildings and different circumstances, and they're addressing them in different ways. But I will say, as a district, when you saw those numbers, 181 students did not graduate. 181. While we know many students choose to leave schools for a number of reasons, I firmly believe that we sometimes push them out. And so let me be clear, we will have a pulse on every single student. And as Zach indicated and the other principals indicated, that early warning system right now of the however many ninth graders you have, how many are on track to graduate? We know that the early indicators are attendance, and so we're looking at attendance in a more critical way, starting as early as elementary school, really looking at attendance as being early indicators, looking at our D's and F's list, and talking about our grading practices. If I'm constantly getting D's and F's, I'm going to totally disconnect from school. But just looking at things differently from a standpoint of making sure we have a pulse on every single student and the why. And I'm really interested in, Zach, I'm going to come to you. I really want to find those students that are coded, first of all, 17, and see if we can talk about a process to, I call it stalking them on social media, but see if we can find them. I think we have a year to find them.
Yep.
And if we're able to find them, I've had experiences where I found a student's mom, not in this district, but called the mom. The child had moved with the dad and had graduated, but they were counted against us. So finding those students. And then I would love to talk to the students that are coded 14 that just dropped out and have a conversation with them around what could we have done differently to make you want to stay in the school. So, Zach, take us home.
All right. Well, these last 4 slides should not be a surprise to anybody up here. It's been consistent over the last 5 years of data that we have, and it's probably been longer than that. We've had a slight increase in number of test takers, but really we're above the state average. We've been floating above the state average 2014, 15, probably even before that. We had a slight uptick, whereas the state had a slight downtick. They also increased in the number of students that took the assessment. Since they implemented that it is free for all juniors to take it, they did increase their numbers there. It's still optional, and so they didn't increase by a great amount, but they still saw a decrease, which is typical. As you increase in the number of students taking it, you tend to decrease in the average. But we didn't see that. Here's just the numbers and where we sit, first by year and subject-wise, and then by race and ethnicity. We just and counts on there and where those averages are. Finally, we also wanted to look at core courses that they were taking, and when we look at curriculum, how do the course pathways affect averages? We're going to be susceptible to law of small numbers here, but a traditional pathway or a core is going to be your 4 ELAs, 3 maths, 3 science, 3 social studies. That's going to be the core. The non-core is anything not that. And the last slide just shows the course pattern, how many students were there that took that course pattern, and then really that final column of percent who met the benchmark kind of shows where that is. But as pointed out earlier today, the mathematics course pattern, it says other combo of 4 or more years of data. 85% of those students ended up meeting the benchmark, which was the highest. It beat out Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, Trig, and Calc. And so just, again, small numbers, but food for thought as we look at pathways and curriculum choices.
I hate to even do this, but I don't understand the blue versus the green.
One is the
So the blue is
So
the
for
core.
Asian students, like for Asian students, there's the blue with a score, and then there's the green with a score.
Yep. So Asian students who took the ACT, who also took the core courses,
Okay.
are the blue. Asian students who took non-core pathway, that's the green. We're susceptible to law of small numbers here.
Okay.
And so the average, if one of those students scored, let's just say a 36, it really pulls that up.
I get it now. All right, thank you. I think it's just late and I'm tired.
Are there any additional questions?
That presentation was much better than last year in terms of just the focus on the action steps and where we're going. And I know that we have work to do, but I feel a lot more hopeful. I really appreciate that in combination with the alternative education programming and the conversations from the students. Overall, it's been helpful to end here, even though it's been a long night. So thank you.
Thank you all for talking to us too.
Thank you.
Dave, what is happening? No.
Jessica?
No, he just stood up and sat down and shook his own head.
Jessica was very confused.
Okay, do you need somebody to make the motion for executive session?
Who do you want to catch? Oh, okay.
Should have just followed.
So do we just make the motion and then you catch us?
Okay, and time still 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Okay. I move to recess to executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the individuals to be discussed, with Dr. Anthony Lewis invited to be present, and with the board to return to open session in this room in 30 minutes at 10:22, with possible action to follow.
I don't think we'll be here. Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We were.
Elise, we appreciate you.
Yes.
Sorry, baby D. Right?
I mean, let's not go overboard.
I knew it was something with.
You want to make it?
You can. Here,
All right,
you wanna hit the
make it.
gavel too?
Bam, no. Move to adjourn.
Second, Jill.
Oh, second, sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
When the policemen or firemen are retiring, they do one last call on the.
Oh, yeah.
Last motion.
Can I get a roll call? Do I have to sign anything else, please? Oh, yes. Oh, I left it on the front.
Who's water?